Hi, you're listening to Terry Telford from thebusinessprofessional.com, and we are extremely lucky to have Tom Olson with us today. Now, Tom is the former COO of ESOP Marketing, or ASOP Marketing, depending on how you prefer to say it. ASOP Marketing, as you're probably aware, is Mark Joyner's former company. As of, I guess, about a couple of years ago, he let it go. But at the end of ASOP Marketing, Mark put together a farewell package. And Tom was actually an integral part of putting together that whole farewell package. After that part, Tom began in the management team of Walmart. And he's left that position, and he is now back on the internet as part of his next career move, and he has designed a spam-free email system. So first of all, I'd like to just say thank you very much for being with us today, Tom.
Thank you, Terry, for having me.
Quite a pleasure. Maybe you can just give us some more details about kind of what happened after ASOP Marketing, with you on a personal level. What stages have you gone through to get to where you are today?
Okay. Let's go right to the last day of ASOP Marketing. Mm-hmm. The last day that we were actually at the office. He was liquidating some assets, so things were being carried off. Uh-huh. And at that point, I still had in my head that I was going to be the next internet guru, or whatever they're called. Yeah. I had quite a few things in place. I had an amazing opportunity. I had just written to Joe Vitale, who is one of my personal heroes, and honestly, just from reading his information, I know more about copywriting and sales in print and making yourself a better business person than pretty much everything else combined. Okay?
Wow.
That's the amount of respect that I have for this man and his work. Not to discount Mark Joyner, of course,
yep.
Or Robert Collier, who also very much influenced me.
Well, you're allowed to have lots of mentors.
I had written to Joe because I had an idea for a product, which is still an absolutely valid idea, and I think it will or could be great someday. Huh? But I was gung-ho about doing this, and I also had another idea, which was based on my research with email and with spam and how that works and how that doesn't work. And I had written a sales letter, which was a joint venture proposal. And I put this on the Mark Joyner Farewell Package forum, which at that time was very, very active. And, there's 2,000, I think it was 2,000 people who bought the package, and almost everyone was on that forum at the time.
Wow.
I had something like, just based on that one letter, I think I had 400 people who were already signed up to receive my information on how they could become part of this joint venture. And, and Terry, at that point, I did something that I will never, ever do again.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. I did absolutely nothing with that. Okay.
No. With a list of 400 people looking to do the joint venture with you.
Yes.
Oh no.
And Joe Vitale ready to take my product and promote it to his list, which I'm sure is somewhere in the millions right now. Also.
Oh, good.
The only way that I can describe it is it was that one moment in my life where I panicked, and it can be on a different level for everyone, and it comes at different points in your lives. But this was my moment of learning what not to do.
Oh no!
And
some people call this temporary insanity.
Yes, well, it could have been temporary insanity. When I look back at it, though, I don't have any regret about not going through with those things at that point.
Okay.
And here's why. I was probably panicked because at that point I was poised to be in over my head. I had just seen another one of my heroes, Mark Joyner, go through this process of setting up a business and making quite a decent amount of revenue and dealing with just being overburdened with administration and payroll and overhead and all of these things that he had to work so hard to get rid of. And I think I realized at that point that I was not ready to manage a business on any level, really. I simply didn't have the all-encompassing experience or the natural skills and habits to do that at that point in my life.
Okay.
So, I had kept paying the rent. I looked at some temp agencies and worked for like a month just to, keep some money coming in. And then finally I went back to an avenue that had opened even before ASOP Marketing, and I talked to Walmart and I said, this is a company that just sold $1 billion worth of merchandise in one day. This was November, I think, of 2003, and I saw that in the newspaper. I said, I'm going back there and I'm going to learn from the masters how to manage a business, because this is the one thing that I need in order to do any of these other things that I want to.
So this is Walmart. Walmart sold $1 billion in one day.
Yes. Yes. If I don't know if you're familiar with the tradition in America, but a little bit of marketing history here. Thanksgiving, as we know it today, was essentially invented.
Yeah.
I think it might have been Teddy Roosevelt. One of the presidents at the beginning of the century said, we're going to have this holiday, and we're going to make sure that it falls at the right point to kick off Christmas spending. And that is why it's always a Thursday. So, just like a big movie premiere, you get the Friday, the Saturday, and the Sunday, and you want to make that Friday as big as you can. And it has turned into, especially in the last decade, it is such a mad dash everywhere and anywhere. And in 2003, Walmart was by far the most successful launch of any Big Friday campaign, and that was when they sold $1 billion. And their sales have continued in 2004. They were higher, although newspaper clippings said it was not as high as they had expected.
Right.
So I looked at this business and I said, if I'm ever going to make mistakes and learn these management skills the hard way, I would rather do it somewhere that I know it's already effective, I know that they can teach me, and where I know that they can afford to deal with my mistakes.
Right.
And I was lucky enough to be accepted into this program. They spend about 5 months before you even get involved with people, just in training. It's a hands-on. They teach you every part of the business. You do every job for anywhere between 30 minutes and 2 or 3 days. You take classes and watch DVDs, and you have a sponsor, and you're dealing with people who've been in the business 20, 30 years, teaching you really everything. And then you get out into the real world, and you get to manage the store on a day-to-day basis. And it's a roller coaster. I probably worked more hours there than I think I ever will running my own business.
Wow, that's a learning experience.
Yes, it is. It's fun. I wouldn't trade it for anything. But finally, in this past summer, I reached a point. We had just gone through our annual inventory, which is where something stressful gets 3 times as stressful, and you live at the store. Everyone is deprived of sleep, and it's an ordeal, and everyone's nervous because everybody's job's on the line if anything, if integrity comes into question. And we made it with actually right on the money. And after that, I just said, you know what? I have learned what I set out to learn here, and I'm ready to move on. It was right at that point, or somewhere very close to that, Joe Vitale released his book, The Attractor Factor, which I'm sure you have heard of, if not read.
Yep.
Now, I remember I had read Spiritual Marketing when it was given away for free on his Mr. Fire site. And it's essentially the same information. I can't tell you from memory what's different between Spiritual Marketing or the later revision of it and The Attractor Factor. But somehow, when I got that book at that point in my life, which I think was June or July of this year, 2005, I read that, and finally that's when everything really came together, and that book helped me find out what it was that I wanted to do in life.
Excellent.
I know that there are thousands upon thousands of ways to make $1 million or more.
Yep.
Some people have done it through real estate. Some people have done it through the stock market. Some people have done it through this or that, affiliate marketing. There are probably health products out there that could make me $1 million. Tomorrow there may be something in knitting, I don't know, that could make me $1 million.
So what was it for you? What was that?
What it was for me is the music industry, and I have always been interested in music and in production, in booking, distribution, A&R, really everything that has to do with getting this amazing product that no one still understands on a psychological level, and taking that from creation to consumer. And I think as a student of marketing and a student of sales and a student of the internet, I think I'm poised to put myself in that track to be an integral part of those changes that are going to come. Now, there's a couple steps that I figured out before that, and what brought me to those steps were something that also, maybe it's serendipity, but that was right when Mark Joyner reappeared in my life also. And that was this course that he just created called Simpleology, which I'm sure you have also heard of, and many of your listeners have. As I got an email about that, and I think it was the first news that I had gotten about any Mark Joyner product in 2 years, at least since the end of since he sold off the free agent path. And I joined on the first day. I read the book. I burned the audios onto a CD, and being a huge music person, it was incredible that CD of no music, of just Mark Joyner telling it to you straight and simple, was in my stereo for weeks.
Fantastic.
That and nothing else.
And you're a music guy.
Yes, and I have thousands upon thousands of CDs. I've probably spent more money on CDs than on anything else in my life so far.
Okay. And
the amazing part is that course, or at least the first part of it, is completely free. It's a wonderful, compassionate thing that Mark did for people. I mean, I've never seen anything. I read Napoleon Hill's Think and Grow Rich, even The Attractor Factor. It touches on some of the same themes, and there's so many positive or motivation or organizational methods, tactics, books and tapes and seminars out there. There are just millions and millions of them, but nothing ever gotten me to take action the way that that course did.
Why? What's in that course that made you have the rubber hit the road?
Part of it is it doesn't have any extraneous information.
Okay.
There's nothing to distract you from what's really, really important. There's a couple phrases that came out of that. The one that really struck me, and it sounds just so much more obvious than you'd ever expect wisdom to be, but it's only action is action.
Yeah.
So many of the things that we do to try to be successful seem like they are actions.
Right, yep.
But just thinking about something or wishing or telling people who are not going to be helpful in any way, it doesn't count.
So you have to really separate your activity from your action.
You have to take actions that are going to get you toward your goal.
Right, yep.
It's really simple, but the way that Mark lays it out, and when you go through the course, it forces you to write in, and luckily the attractor factor had already taught me what my long-term goal would be.
Uh-huh.
It helped me bring that out of myself. But now I know exactly what my long-term goals are, what my short-term goals are, and how I'm going to get there. And two of the things that I put down on those short-term goals were to take this information that I've been hoarding for at least 2 years
uh-huh.
and make it available to people and let them take advantage of it.
Beautiful. Is this your spam-free email system?
Yes, that's one of them.
Excellent. Well, maybe, Tom, what we could do is if we can kind of take you back to ASOP.
Sure. I know that there's probably a lot of questions about that, too.
Yes, that's true. That's true. What exactly did you do at ASOP? What was your role there?
We can also trace this. I was there for only a year. I came in after StartBlaze had already been launched. I came in right when the guerrilla marketing network was being promoted. This was a joint venture with J. Conrad Levinson.
Yeah.
And I came in actually as late-night customer service because Mark wanted to have 24-hour customer service at that point.
Uh-huh.
And that was great, and I did that for about a week and a half before Mark said, hey, you know what, we have this other position, and the guy who's been doing it really doesn't want to do it anymore, and just from seeing the way that you work and the way that you think and what you said in your interview, I'd like to see if you can take this over. What he was offering to me was what's called the abuse desk. It's a wonderful name, I know.
Yes, that's
a
position you don't. Doesn't sound like a position you actually want.
Well, it was a little intimidating because at that point I've always been an internet user and I've been a programmer before, but this made things a little more, or required a little more technical knowledge than I was comfortable with at first. But it's really important to do some things that are a little bit uncomfortable for you.
Yep.
I think Mike Littman said that. And what I was doing then was managing his mailing lists, responding to requests, complaints, and slander.
Okay.
And there was a lot of slander about Mark Joyner at that point.
Okay.
It was a tough job. You're trying to negotiate with ISPs, with people of all walks of life who have different levels of social skills, who manage these blacklists.
Right. Yeah.
As you know, if you're a marketer and you're trying to get your message out to people via email, if you're on a blacklist, that immediately reduces, your conversion rate because your view rate will go down.
Exactly. Yeah.
And I researched. I learned about how email works and what servers do and what goes into the headers and what doesn't. I read everything about what is spam and what isn't spam, and I didn't quite have this method in mind yet. I was just focused then on figuring out how to get us off the spam lists, and to that I did. And I also at that point I finally was able to convince Mark a couple of months down the road to go through all of his lists and clean them all out and put them on confirmed opt-in.
Okay, yeah.
Which was kind of a battle, and he was against that at first, but finally he saw that and was a pioneer and went the high road of internet marketing.
Excellent.
And that's what has allowed him to stay off of any of those blacklist radars for the last 2 years.
Okay.
Now, that lasted for only a couple months.
Uh-huh.
Mark also had me in there looking at just ways to improve systems. He wanted a new way to handle customer service to make sure that people were getting their email. I put that together in a proposal, and about a week later, he had this meeting. He brought Virginia Dwan, who was at that point the president of the company, mm-hmm. and myself only. And this is in a company of about I think there are 35 people, and I had been there the shortest amount of time. He brought the two of us down, and he said, "We have a problem. J. Conrad Levinson has decided that he doesn't want us involved in this project that we started anymore. And if you're doing joint ventures, sometimes that's how it goes. And if that's the deal that you signed, that's the way it goes. Okay. Sometimes people just don't get along or aren't happy with certain results or the way that things work." At that point, that was what we had invested all of our time and energy in. The free seminar that Mark hosted in Los Angeles, that was all about trying to get people into the guerrilla marketing network. Right. And by a loophole in their contract, all of that just disappeared one day.
What
now,
happened?
You still had, honestly, I wasn't really involved with that decision. Huh. We knew going into it that there was a possibility of that happening, simply because it was at, J. Conrad Levinson still at that point had a whole lot more leverage in the marketing world than Mark Joyner did.
Right.
So that was the deal that was struck for that particular venture. And just one day, that was the reality that we had to face.
Ouch.
And yeah, it was. And we talked it over, and Mark simply decided that he didn't want to be burdened with things of that nature anymore. Uh-huh. He didn't want to have to worry about his employees' jobs. Uh-huh. And I think that was really the spark for the free agent path, and I'm sure that there will again be a book or a course that Mark will develop that'll push that concept along further. But he's really a forward thinker. I love Mark Joyner. Anyway, we're sitting there in the boardroom, and he says, "We need to figure out a plan. I want to get out. I want to move to New Zealand," which was important to him. That was a personal thing. Uh-huh. His relationship was taking him there. And he wanted to make sure we have everyone taken care of. That meant all of the affiliates from ROI Bot, from various ebooks that had been sold, even from any debts that were owed on the Guerrilla Marketing Network, that his employees were all, taken care of in a compassionate manner. And we put together this plan. We said, we're going to take everything that you've ever made and sell it. And that was the idea for the farewell package. It was, we're going to release all this so that somebody else can take advantage of it.
Excellent.
And we broke off into duties. Mine was in making things more cost effective. So the first thing that we said was, well, we're stuck in this lease on this place in Hollywood, which was way more overhead than we ever could have needed.
Right.
It's prime real estate. It could have been a mall in and of itself. It's this giant, wood floor, multi-level space with adjoining offices just to hold 30 computers. Didn't really make sense. So, at some point when a product had just been released, probably before I was there, they decided to move into this place and sign the lease, and they were locked into it. And I said, okay, well, Mark, you just have to find someone to take over the lease. Oh. So that was the first thing that he did. I was responsible for finding out how long it would take us to put together the whole package, put everything in place to make the package, find out how we were going to ship it, find out how to make it even cheaper. So that was what I did. And Virginia Dwan, her first task was to find a less expensive place to move to for the interim.
Right.
And
so where did you go then? Now you got to find some place to produce the CDs and put the whole package together. What companies did you end up landing with?
Well, I did a whole lot of research on CD manufacturing, and it was something that was completely new to me. But it was just a matter of putting in the requests, letting people know how many we were expecting to print, and how long it was going to take, and find out where they were. I must have talked to, I probably spent 2 weeks just on the phone and driving to meet people to find out who could actually handle the capacity. I ended up with a gentleman at UAG, which is in North Hollywood, and they had a track record and were able to prove to me that they would be able to do it. And we ended up getting those. I think the CDs cost us somewhere on the order of 54 or 60 cents a piece.
Right.
We were looking at a whole lot of different packaging methods, and I had worked in at an e-commerce site even before ASOP. That was where we sent all kinds of things via USPS and UPS. So I was pretty familiar with that, and I figured out that we could do things the cheapest with a certain way of packaging. The hardest thing, though, was what to do with these ended up being 20 CDs. And again, I went through this process of searching through all these different methods of where to find the cheapest things, and I ended up with Big Lots Wholesale, who I will now use probably till the end of my days.
And what's it called? Big what?
There's a store in the U.S. called Big Lots. It used to be called Pick and Save, okay. And they take excess inventory and sell it in their retail stores at hugely discounted prices. Uh-huh. So a lot of times when you go into a Big Lots store, you'll find it's strange experimental food products, or flavors of things that you never imagined. Some of it's great and some of it's really not.
Yeah.
A lot of things were deleted for a reason, but the prices are always super low.
Uh-huh.
And but they have this sort of secret wholesale business, and I was able to find these really high quality. They're made by, I think they were made by Case Logic or CD Projects. This CD case for only, they were like $1.20 a piece.
Right.
It was incredible. I mean, it was less than using 20 paper sleeves, and the thing looked really professional.
Cool.
So then we had to figure out how to get all these things shipped and stored, and I set up a process because we still, we had people who had been programmers, and now they were, instead of doing assembly language, they were doing the assembly line of putting these things together and putting the documentation in and taping and putting on labels. Now, through that whole process, we're also moving the office out of it's tens of thousands of dollars a month rent to someplace I think that cost us about less than $1,000 a month.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I mean, it was a drastic change.
Everything's happening all at once.
Yeah, it was a huge lesson, I think, for Mark on my part in frugality.
Yeah.
Which is something that I was lucky enough to be raised around.
Fantastic.
And then once we started shipping these things out, and after I did the artwork, which was all new to me, and CD mastering, we did all that in-house. We didn't outsource any of that. And half the time there would be shipments of things, and I'm driving back and forth and just carrying everything myself in a Honda Civic.
Oh gosh, that's definitely not a moving van.
Right, just to get the product out. We have pallets that are being of product that are being delivered to our landlord's house, because the new office is the back house behind the house, and we're breaking down pallets in the middle of this residential street and carrying boxes and assembling them. It was a crazy. It was a really fun, crazy time.
That's cool.
And at the same time, I'm there trying to deal with people who've received the package and are trying to get these scripts implemented, and there were pieces that were missing. And at that point, half of the people who had programmed these scripts in the first place had already left the company, either because they'd been told that it would be in their best interest to find something, so they did. So it was a matter of digging through and taking a crash course in learning how Perl scripts work, because that's what most of these things were programmed in. And I wasn't familiar with Perl at all, and making the right connections. Luckily, Nick Temple, who was one of the first people to sign up for the package and is an expert developer, was willing to take on some of these duties, and we really worked together a lot to make sure that that everything that was necessary to put some of these into place was released and found and distributed.
So was this kind of ASOP marketing? Was it kind of Mark's baby, or was it something where everybody was involved, in the input of the company?
It really was Mark's baby. At least up until the end of the Guerrilla Marketing Network. Mark, at that point when I first joined the company, he was still in this mindset of just, he'd have an idea and he would act on it right away. Now, sometimes, or very often, the follow-through just wasn't there because he didn't have time to keep up with everything.
Right.
Sometimes, like with Start Blaze, with Exit Blaze, with his first print book, Mind Control Marketing, we were able to carry out a campaign and really successfully. I mean, some of those accomplishments were truly amazing. And but other times he would have projects that were fabulous ideas, and he would just have the idea one day, and he understands computers well enough to kind of map it out, and he'd call in a programmer, and he had somewhere 15 or 20 developers on staff at all times, and he'd call in somebody and say, I want you to do this, forget whatever you were just doing.
Okay.
And so that project would sit at maybe 80% complete.
Right.
Other times they'd even be done with it, like I think, or maybe Evening Assistant was, but perhaps Swiss Army app. There were a couple of those that were Windows-based products that were done. They were ready to be promoted, but they simply couldn't make the promotion schedule because all of a sudden this took over.
Right.
He had some really awesome viral ideas. Like one of them was called Spread the Happy.
Okay.
This was a site, and he had a designer put it together, and it had this really fun smiley face and psychedelic flowers kind of look to it. Uh-huh. And the idea was I think you earn points by spreading the happy, which was emailing your friends like a positive message or a, hey, what's up, or something like that. Uh-huh. It's sort of a predecessor to MySpace, and you've seen the kind of success that they've had. And what is it that MySpace really allows people to do? It's a giant guest book,
Right.
And that was sort of on the order of what this was, except that you would earn points by sending these things out. This is one of the great secrets of viral tactics. This was what made Start Blaze and Exit Blaze really work. Uh-huh. It's a pyramid. It's like affiliate marketing. It's like network marketing. Uh-huh. But you're not dealing with dollars. The thing that's in the pyramid is something that you've made up. It's points. It's rewards, or it's clout. Okay. These are things that will motivate people to take action, but doesn't get them in that mindset of feeling like they've been gypped if the person under them doesn't reciprocate it.
Right. So what happens with these points then? You get 100 million points. Then what do you do with these points?
I never even got that far into the project. There were a number of things that could have been done with this. It could have been either you get discounts somewhere, or you just get a new title, or you get to see like a flash animation or whatever it is.
Okay. Yeah.
And people will do all kinds of crazy things for the most useless junk.
So these points actually have no value. You can never cash them in for actual dollars.
As the way that it was originally designed, I don't think that there was ever any redeeming value other than your own satisfaction.
Okay.
But if we had taken that particular project and been able to put a little more effort into it, I mean, even 2 days on the phone with Mark's connections and our ability to write compelling business-to-business copy, it could have had advertiser-supported incentives at the end of it, just to promote that viral method. And but that was one of the things that just completely got shelved and was never promoted. It only ever existed in this beta state, and that there were so many projects that really never got to see the light of day, even though they were fabulous ideas.
So Mark was really very much an ideas guy, but not so much a detail-oriented individual.
You know, he is a detail-oriented person. He is, and I would not want to fault him that. If there's anything that I can say about the Mark Joyner of 2 years ago that was a weakness, it was his ability to incur overhead.
Okay.
And that's what I went. One of the major things that I went to Walmart to learn, and to be more adept at.
So as you went to Walmart to learn how to not incur as much overhead.
Right.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
Find out how a successful business can be run efficiently on the least amount of overhead.
Excellent. So what did you learn then from Mark? What was the kind of the biggest thing that you could say that you learned while you were working with him?
While I was working with him, you know, really, I think the best thing that I learned while I was there was copywriting. I was lucky enough to have access to all those marketing materials because, you know, when I joined the company, they were already selling, I think, somewhere on the order of 50 ebooks. When I went to interview, I was given a copy of Mind Control Marketing, and you know, that's where I was introduced to Joe Vitale. That's where I learned about the Robert Collier letter book. I read everything by Joe. I read David Garfinkel, and I read Ted Nicholas, and I read Joe Sugarman, and I subscribed to everything that Mark had and did, and I was able to see on the inside what kind of response each of those things had.
Right.
You know, I was a lot of times I was involved with sending out these mailings, and you have two different messages side by side. One of them is a direct approach. One of them is a little more long-winded, roundabout approach, and you get to see which ones work and which ones don't. And that information was really invaluable.
So what did you find was working the best? Was it more the direct approach, couple of paragraphs, or was it more the 5-6 paragraphs long copy approach?
You know, there isn't any rule to it. I've heard some people are always into short copy and some people are always into long copy. I can only say that right now I can recognize looking at something based on who I know the audience is, who's writing it, and what kind of backing they have, whether their copy appears to me too long or too short. Some things require a direct approach. Some things require a roundabout approach. It really has to go on a case-by-case basis.
Okay. Can you give us some examples? What would require short copy as opposed to long copy?
Usually, if you are giving something away for free or something at a low price point, shorter copy is going to be sufficient.
Okay.
People usually simply won't spend the time on something that's long copy if the perceived value isn't even that high.
Okay.
You'll usually just lose your reader.
Right.
Most of the products that we're dealing with in internet marketing and selling business information tended to go for long copy.
So would it be kind of a rule of thumb to say that if you're selling a product with a low price point, you could go a short copy? If you're selling a product with a higher price point, like the farewell package, for example, up at about $1,000, that would be more of a long copy type thing. So the low price point, short copy, high price point, long range copy.
Yes, that's a tendency. Of course, there are exceptions, but that is a tendency. The more complex your product is, probably the higher price and also the longer copy you'll need. A lot of viral mechanisms, though, really require shorter copy.
Right.
Okay. Usually with a viral mechanism, you're also dealing with something that's either free or incredibly low cost.
Right, yeah. So basically to get it out as quickly as possible, get people just to get a 2-minute opinion of it and take action and get it out to their friends. That's cool. I haven't come across anything for which an advertorial does not work. Okay. So basically an advertorial kind of carte blanche works for everything. Yes. In general speaking, of course. Right. Yeah. Maybe explain what is an advertorial as opposed to sending out a direct marketing message.
An advertorial is, and the way that I define it is an article, an informative article that is written which conveniently mentions your product or service. Now, your advertorial should be written from a news standpoint and have a news angle to it. Okay. So instead of here's why you should buy my product, it's announcing new way to do this. Okay. That is the advertorial, and it's not the only way to write copy, but it's one that really will work to a pretty amazing degree in almost any situation.
Why is that?
Psychologically, people let this pass their radar. We're used to reading news. We look at news as entertainment. We trust the people who write news. We don't trust advertisers, but we trust editors, and we trust journalists a whole lot more than we trust advertisers.
Gotcha.
We're eager for more information. The internet is information. No matter what else happens on the internet, it will always be the place where verbal word communication took place. And most people who are reading email newsletters or going to news sites are looking for this kind of information, and that's why the advertorial gets past them. It gets through most of those objections.
So not such a blatant sales message.
Right. And the other thing is, it's if you write your advertorial correctly, every reader should be enriched by it. They should be more informed about something.
Right.
Now, I'll always come back to Joe Vitale, but my favorite piece, my absolute favorite piece by him is the intro copy to the Hypnotic Writer's Swipe File, or Hypnotic Writing Swipe File. And this is a piece of copy that's that was obviously written really quickly. And when I first read that, even though I already had access to, I think I had a PDF of the thing on my hard drive already, but I'd never even opened it because it didn't really make any sense to me.
Right.
But once I read that copy, I was ready to buy that product at $200 again.
To buy it again?
Yes, I would have bought the thing again. And the same thing happened later on with the attractor factor. I remember getting that email, and it said this is an updated version of spiritual marketing. It's the core information is the same, but I still bought the book anyway, and it turned out to be one of the best things in my life. But you have to read, if you have any interest in copy, you have to read the story of the hypnotic writing monkey.
Okay.
Which is what the sales copy is. When you read that, you cannot help but suddenly know something about copywriting that you didn't know before.
Uh-huh.
You know how to use the product. That's another thing that I've been thinking about, and this I'll reveal it to your listeners.
Okay.
Just in the most concise form.
Cool.
If you write good copy,
uh-huh,
your reader should be able to throw away the instruction manual.
Wow.
Now, conversely, instruction manuals tend to be the absolute worst copy ever.
Yes.
From a copywriting standpoint, when you read an instruction manual, it's boring, it's not particularly well laid out. It's maybe a reference manual if you have to come back to something later.
Mm-hmm.
But when you read copy, you should already be able to picture in your mind exactly how you will use the product. I mean, what buttons you will press or when you will be typing. When you're finished with that, when you're finished with reading that, if you don't already know how that product is going to work for you and what the first step is, once if it's software, you should know exactly what you're going to see and what you're going to click on first when you open the program.
Right, yeah.
If your copy doesn't do that, then you really need to revisit it and think about what kind of information is going to go in there.
Isn't that going to make your copy extremely detailed, though?
Well,
You'll
it
have
should.
an entire reference manual on your sales page.
I'm exaggerating. There will be times where people need to go back to the reference manual or take advanced tutorials. But
sure.
The beginner's guide, beginner's guide should be incorporated into your selling process.
Okay.
And if you do that, I promise you, your refund rate will be way lower. Your customer service rate will go down.
Because people know exactly what they're getting beforehand.
Exactly.
Okay.
Or they will know how to help themselves. If they know that they're trying to do this, they know then to look in the frequently asked questions and find this. But so many times you're sold into buying something because it's popular or the person who's promoting it you have a lot of respect for. Whatever reasons you have for buying something, it's on sale, but you really don't understand how it's going to work for you.
Right, yeah.
I subscribe to probably 25 or 30 email newsletters just on marketing and copy and internet business, and I see a whole lot of offers come through my email inbox every day.
Uh-huh.
And so many of them never address any of those things.
Right.
And consequently, I rarely buy any of those products.
Right.
Or if I do, they end up getting returned, or they just never get used.
So back to ASOP marketing and working
mm-hmm.
with Mark. Where did Mark come up with all these ideas? Is he a prolific reader, or where did these ideas just come out of the air? Or how did he end up coming up with all this stuff?
Okay, there's two questions in there.
Yep.
One, yes, he is a prolific reader. He has studied speed reading. He also knew that Virginia loved to read, and he would actually pay her to read, like
no
in
way.
her spare time. Yeah, absolutely. She would, he would get books because people would send things in as samples or promos, and she'd have a certain number of books that she was reading every week, and basically getting an additional paycheck for book reports, where she would summarize or tell him what's important. Mark, of course, would read constantly, and I think anyone who is serious about their business should. I just heard, I think it's in Dave Lacani's, I think it's a 30-minute marketing audio series. Anyway, I listened to that, and it was pretty compelling. But the one thing that I really took away from that is he said, if you are the marketing person in your organization, you should be reading at least 2 marketing books every month.
Excellent.
And that really hit home for me. There was a period when I was at Walmart, I did absolutely nothing business-wise on the internet. It was just a personal communication tool. And now that I've graduated from that phase in my life, I've found that I'm just absorbing information left and right. I can't get enough. I'm reading books constantly. And the other side of that equation, and something else that Mark is excellent at and that Mark taught me, if just by example, is you have to keep your ear to the ground and constantly scan for new information, and you have to absorb what resonates with you and spit it back out right away, and always be taking action.
Right, okay. So, but you need to take action and then follow up to make sure that the product gets to the market.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, you do need to follow up and make sure that your product gets to the market as well. And sometimes that's hard.
Yeah.
Sometimes that's a hard balance to make. But
I think that's one of the biggest difficulties that a lot of entrepreneurs have is, I think as an entrepreneur you can come up with a lot of different ideas wherever they come from. And then it's a matter of following up with the ones that you actually take action on. I mean, you come up with maybe, 10 or 50 ideas a month, and then, you can pick a few and go with it, but then that also adds to the workload that you had from the 10 or 50 ideas that you had from last month. So I think the follow-up is difficult.
Well, that's where Simpleology comes into it. And if anybody has not gone through that course, it's free. I can't recommend it enough.
Is that simpleology.com or where is that?
Yes, simpleology.com. I'm not earning anything by promoting this. This is just out of the goodness of my heart and out of the goodness of Mark's.
Very cool.
Another thing that I really admired about Mark from the beginning is he really does care about people. He's written in different articles, things along the lines of, if I could jump through the computer screen right now and shake you into taking action, I would.
Right, yeah. He's a very compassionate person.
Yes, he is. And he really wants people to be successful and happy and productive.
So, sorry, go ahead.
If there were more productive people in the world and less people who sat around thinking about things or taking, desperate steps that may help them in the short term but are ultimately either a wash or destructive to society, wouldn't the world be a better place? That's where he and I are both headed.
So is that one of the things that makes Mark different from kind of most of the other marketers?
Absolutely. The way that he cares about people is uncanny.
So other than, that's a big slice of Mark personality, and I think that comes through if you listen to any of his interviews, and like you said, go through the course. I think that's one big thing, I would say what was the overriding factor that comes out about Mark is he is a genuine, caring person. He's not just out there to grab your money. But other than his personality, what really made Mark a very successful internet marketer?
although it probably lost him some opportunities, the fact that he was always moving on to something new actually did work to his benefit. I think that's an amazing trait for him, simply because he learned in the Army how to get more done and how to just figure out what was most important and go for that first.
And how do you do that? Like, how do you stay? He always stayed ahead of the pack. You could say he was really a trailblazer. But how did you end up getting there as opposed to, kind of following the general mush? Was it ideas? I mean, how did he end up, putting together Start Blaze whenever that was a popular thing, and then Exit Blaze and Simpleology? I mean, he's coming out with stuff that really is I would say, cutting edge or the leading edge of almost anything that he goes into. He seems to be, the leader as opposed to, any of the followers.
Well, you asked this question before, and I only answered one part of it. I answered whether he reads, but the other question was, how did he come up with his ideas?
Yep.
A lot of it really was Socratic. Whether he was sitting down and visiting with one of his developers, or even visiting with people in customer service, or myself with systems, especially when he was looking for a new approach to email and customer support. We sat down for maybe 3 or 4 hours at a time and would just discuss things back and forth. And I think that's really important, that you develop rapport and you're able to feed off of ideas and set this time aside to be open-minded and develop something.
Right, okay.
And he'd kind of switch between these modes. You might go and visit him in the office one day and talk for 2 hours and come up with things, and he might sit there in funny posture and swing his chair back and forth. And you can tell that he's really thinking, and it gets you really thinking, and he's throwing ideas out, and just trying to think outside of the box, and that's great.
A real brainstorming activities.
Right. But then you sit down the next day and he's writing, just 18 letters in a day.
Oh, good heavens!
And sending you one message just as a quick follow up, just to say, well, these are the priorities about what we're going to do with this project.
Cool.
And
so the farewell package, I mean, was that one of the most or more successful projects that you guys actually put out, or how did that rank compared to the rest of the work that you're doing?
Well, I think it depends. How are you gauging success?
I'm thinking, really, maybe this is kind of archaic, but I'm thinking dollars.
It probably was the largest grossing product of anything, considering the period of time that it was marketed also.
Right. Yeah, that was a lot of money in a very short period of time.
Yeah, it was.
Now, the only thing that I've basically talking to people who have also bought the farewell package, the only shortcoming that I've heard is because programmers writing a program is almost like an individual experience. It's difficult to give another programmer the script or the code and be able to get them just to simply plug in and work with it. Is that something that ended up kind of being an issue with the farewell package, or is that something that from a non-programming standpoint I'm completely misunderstanding the whole point?
Okay, those are valid concerns. I will concede that there were probably a few scripts on there that really were not written with the idea of anyone else ever, making them work.
Sure. Yep.
They were internal scripts that were written by somebody in their own shorthand, and like I said, Mark had many different developers who were often working on a project by themselves and would be given free rein on certain things, and they were just accountable for making it work under whatever time frame you'd given them. I don't think that that's the majority of the scripts, though, based on even just on the results that I saw from people who were able to just take things and make them work.
Okay.
Now, to some person, especially if you approach a developer with a Perl script and they're used to working in PHP, of course they're going to tell you, well, I'd rather just rewrite it myself.
Yeah.
As long as you have somebody, though, who at least understands the methods and is familiar with the language that it was programmed in, perhaps people don't understand at least the leverage that you have in going into that, where you say, I have the script, I just need to make it work for this amount of money. I know somebody who can, okay? And that was one of the things that the farewell package would allow you to do. We put people in touch with people who were both familiar with the scripts, a lot of people who had actually worked on them, and other people who had already had success with putting things together.
Okay. And that's part of the package.
Yeah, that community was all part of the package.
Okay.
Each of those developers would charge their own fee, but there was competition there, and like I said, you can take this to somebody who is capable of doing that, and say, this is a reasonable price to get this working. If you would rather rewrite it to get that done, go ahead and do it. If it works, why do you care?
Exactly. Yeah.
But here's something that I know can be done, and here's an amazing reference for you to work from. Okay.
Right. Yeah.
If you even just need to go through and spend 10 minutes at seeing how this was written, and then rewrite it yourself, that's fine.
As long as you have the same end result.
Yeah. And to be perfectly honest, yeah, some people probably could. They could probably rewrite it faster than adapting it. I wouldn't disagree with that. But for those people who own the farewell package and also got 18 hours of probably some of the world's most legendary interviews, you have a bargaining tool that's unparalleled, and you have for those people who own the farewell package right now, that's still, I mean, that's like an instant credibility builder.
Right. Yeah.
There's only, I think it was 1,000 of them or something like that.
Yeah.
It was an incredibly low number of people who have the rights to this information, and who can, if you just say this, this is based on the code from Start Blaze,
you've
said, got credibility built in right there, and that's one of the big four. If you've read the Irresistible Offer.
Right. Yeah. That was my next question. Is that kind of follows in with what's mentioned in the Irresistible Offer.
Mm-hmm.
What's your opinion on that book, on Mark's, the new one?
I just finished it actually this past weekend, Sunday, and I was really impressed. I love the ideas put forth in there. I think it's absolutely timely and timeless at this, simultaneously.
What kind of information is in there that really struck you as beneficial?
There's really only maybe 4 or 5 chapters that are the core of that book. Mm-hmm. It's sort of like you have this incredible vignette that's a masterpiece,
right? And
then it's followed by 4 more vignettes of reasonable quality, and if they weren't compared to that first one, they would be stellar on their own.
Right.
But it's like there's traditional marketing information following something that was revolutionary at the beginning of the book.
Right. Yeah.
And he makes it flow, and it all applies. But that was just my impression from reading the book. But not to discount it. I mean, I would pay twice as much for half the information in there.
What's the revolutionary side of it?
The revolutionary side is that you're not looking for a unique selling proposition. You're not trying to trick anybody into buying your product. You are trying to let them know what will help them, and that's this benevolence that we talked about,
right,
that's often associated with Mark Joyner.
Yeah. And that's unique because one of the big marketing things is finding your USP or your unique selling principle.
Mm-hmm.
So that's again, it's Mark going against the grain and leading the pack.
Yeah, it is. It is.
So
what he's talking about is a completely different way of approaching the same thing that the people looking for the USP are looking for. They're looking for that set of words that is as concise as possible, that's going to resonate with your consumer and convince them to buy. But the way that he guides you to create your own irresistible offer is revolutionary. And I can't really tell you more without giving away the book, and I'm not going to sit here and read to you those chapters to your listeners.
That would be a really long.
I'd like to.
That'd be a really long interview.
Yeah, it would. That would extend probably a lot longer than we have. But
so that's cool.
Absolutely worth it.
I'd like.
But I would.
Sorry, go ahead.
It's. I think that book is going to stick around longer than the period that it's being promoted.
Excellent.
And that's more than you can say for most business books.
Yeah, exactly. On a personal basis, if you came online right now,
mm-hmm.
If you're someone, for example, who has very little money, very little business experience, you're pretty new to the internet, what would you suggest that you do first so that you as an individual would actually get the real information that's online and really get pointed in the right direction? You don't end up falling for all the scams and all that kind of thing. What would you recommend to that person, that basically is a very much a beginner with very little financing? Where should they go?
Well, honestly, the first place that I would direct anyone right now who's in that situation you described, I would tell them to go to Simpleology first.
Okay.
And the reason for that is not because it has any business information, but because it will make all of the time that you spend after that point so much more effective.
Okay.
Two things that I mentioned before: you need to read constantly, and you need to take action constantly.
Uh-huh.
What would I read? Here's a couple of free resources that will ultimately teach you how to convince your prospects to take the action you want.
Okay.
One is Joe Vitale's newsletter. He sent out an email, I think it was today, about these shoes that he bought.
Uh-huh.
And all you have to do is read the letter and just examine it and look at how he writes certain things and it makes you feel. The other one is, and if you want to write entertaining copy,
uh-huh,
is go to the Gary Halbert newsletter.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's a legend in his own right.
Yeah.
Sometimes a little controversial, but always intriguing and entertaining. Gary's newsletters are the ones that you would read in your free time if you weren't in business. But he's also an expert copywriter. Now, after those three resources, and especially with Joe's stuff, you can go back through his Mr. Fire site, and he has the news you can use. I think those are all archived back a couple of months, and that's a wealth of information.
Right. Yep.
Now, the next thing that I would probably want to do is cruise over to ClickBank, set myself up with an account, look through all the offers and products that are there, based either on, if something is really hot, I'm probably going to give it a second look. If it's in their top performers, then it's probably at least worth checking out whether it's something that I feel comfortable promoting.
Right.
If not, I would look at niches that I am naturally inclined to or have experience in.
Okay.
You hear this a lot when in almost any get started on the internet, book, whether it's 30 Days of Internet Success or whoever. Almost everybody has written something along these lines at some point. It's one, you got to follow your passion, and two, you need to pick a niche. Now that's absolutely true. It is. If you're going to build a career, if you're going to build an empire, like my next book is going to be about building an empire. It'll probably be the only internet marketing, information product I ever have. But if you are interested in those things, you need to go with your passion. You need to find something that you can do day in and day out. When I read The Attractor Factor, that's what I figured out for me, is I need to be in music production and promotion ultimately. So what am I doing on here talking about Mark Joyner and internet marketing? Here's the thing that a lot of people miss, is you need to start with your capacity, okay? If all you've ever known is gardening, you know what? You probably need to continue gardening.
Right.
Okay? I wouldn't say quit your job right away and run out and just start, banging on doors and spamming message boards and trying to promote whatever is, the number one affiliate program of the day.
Right. Yep.
Okay? It's not going to get you where you need to go. I would, make sure that I have my income together, put together a budget for myself, go through my garage and sell some stuff on eBay or half.com or Amazon as secondhand, do all these things to raise some capital, make sure that you are paying yourself first, that you are saving a little money, paying your bills, and reserving something for the business. Have something set up for all three of those things, because as soon as you get to a certain point, you're going to need to make some investments.
Yeah.
Okay, there are free resources out there for promoting your business, and some of them work very well, and some of them don't work all that well. But all of them are limited. If you really want to get to that next step, you're probably going to have to buy some services, whether it's buying leads or direct marketing or all of these different methods. Now, what I was saying before, you're going to get to where your passion is, but you've got to start where your abilities are. Okay.
Okay.
If your passion is for outdoor lawn furniture, but you've never ever been involved with that, you're probably not going to have success on the first day. Okay. So I wouldn't stake everything I've got on it. I would seek to put myself in a position to be an expert at some point in the future that is reasonable, or maybe even take that reasonable point and try to push it up a couple months and give myself a deadline.
Yep.
But look for a way to tradition or leverage your abilities into that other thing. Now, there's two things that I've come across that almost every person or business is going to say yes to. Okay?
Okay.
You want to know what these are, right?
I do. I am on the edge of my chair.
Okay, all right. The first one is an internship.
Okay.
All right?
Yeah.
The second one is an interview.
Okay.
Now, those are two words that everyone knows and understands what's involved, okay? In the first one, an internship, I am going to do regular work for you at either no cost to you or a significantly lower cost to you. And in return, I want to learn your skills, okay? And that's an age-old trade-off. It dates back probably to before money, okay? This is apprenticeship, like I was telling you about, Terry.
Right.
The other one, an interview, it's so basic. It's an appeal to your desire for fame, to have your voice heard. These are things that are, a psychological trigger for everyone.
Right. Just basic human nature.
And at the same time, you can justify it by saying, well, it's about, I need to promote my business. Okay. Everybody loves free publicity.
Yeah.
So there may be somebody out there who's currently out of your league, or you think is out of your league. Okay. But I strongly believe in the power of the cold letter.
Of the what? The power of the what?
The cold letter.
What's that?
The cold letter. The letter that no one was expecting. When I set down my goals and said that I was going to be in music and learn how to do this and teach people how to make money with it, I looked at my heroes and I wrote, and this was in my Simpleology Daily Targets list. It was write a letter to my hero.
Okay.
And I had no idea what was going to happen. All I did was I sat there, I took a half an hour, I wrote a personal letter. I didn't even know whether I was going to be able to contact him or not, to Matt Mahaffey, who's a producer here in Los Angeles. And I said, I want to do an internship and learn how to produce these tracks for you, and I will, do dirty work for you, do the most boring editing, but this is what I'm asking for. And that was the gist of the letter. Well, some of it's more personal than that, and that helps. But I just wrote it. All I did was I just wrote it, and then I worried about how I was going to get it there. Okay, he's not somebody who goes around publishing his information. He's not listed in the phone book, and yes, I checked. But another thing that Joe Vitale taught me, and this was in his Project Phineas home study course, which was long before he was famous. This was a tape set that he recorded in his bedroom back in the day.
Right. Yeah.
Right, and most people have never heard this, although a lot of the information ended up in Power of Outrageous Marketing, which was his Nightingale set. And he said, most people don't realize, but you're usually only 3 degrees away from anyone in the world at any given moment.
Yep.
If you look through the list of people that you know personally or can readily contact, they probably know someone who knows the person you're looking for.
Yeah, I think that's amazing.
Right, it is amazing, and it's an incredibly powerful tool. Okay, because you know what, I went through a couple different logic avenues, and I said, well, who might these people know, and other people that I worked with, who might they know? And it turned out not to be anyone in my direct line, but I went to a guy who runs his fan site. And I just sent him a message, and I said, hey, here's this letter that I've written to Matt Mahaffey, and I wanted to know if you would be able to forward it on for me. It would mean a lot. That was it. And then the message was just below it. And I never heard back from this guy who ran the site. And I was, sent it, and I was like, okay, well, that's about it. I looked at a couple other avenues, but that was really the only shot I had at contacting him. And amazingly, it worked. It went through his assistant to his wife, and then finally she talked to him and said, hey, there's this guy who wants to do an internship with you. and they gave me a call. I started last week, and I have to say it's the most wonderful experience I've ever had.
Now, how long did that take from the time that you actually sat down and wrote the letter to the time that Matt called you?
That was only maybe 2 weeks, because I went to Japan, and that was actually when I got the call. I was there visiting family in the middle of September, and I wrote the letter like right before that and forwarded it on and checked my email there, and there it was. Can we get your references?
Fantastic.
Yeah. So, and I've done a couple other things like that before. When I wrote to Joe Vitale, it was I didn't know him at all. I just had this idea, and I had listened to enough to know what would be important to him, what kind of triggers might work. So I remember I wrote it, and I struggled with the headline, which in your email is your subject line, for a while. But I ended up with just 4 words, and it was more passive, or 5 words, more passive income through Barnum, ?
Through what?
Through Barnum.
Barnum.
Yes.
What's that?
To a lot of your listeners, and to yourself, Terry, also, I'm sure that, you're totally confused by that.
Yes.
But I figured out to Joe Vitale that message would be the first one that he would open in his email inbox.
Really?
Yes. Now, Barnum, of course, is referring to P.T. Barnum.
Right, yep.
The famous circus orchestrator, amazing marketer, and was really the inspiration for one of Joe's books and the Project Phineas course, and then the Power of Outrageous Marketing, and has appeared in a number of his other things. Mark and Joe, of course, at that point were also talking all the time about passive income. I know from my copywriting studies that more is a hypnotic headline enhancer. And ending a headline with a question mark is a great idea. So when I put that through, I just sent it. I asked. Actually, I didn't even have to ask Mark for his email address. I had it through one of his products, and I sent him an email. And within 3 hours, he called me on the phone, excited as all get out about this project. Yeah.
Amazing.
And,
what was this project?
It was actually to take that Project Phineas home study course and revive it, and re-release it. He signed a contract with me, I think the next day, and then that was the story I told you about before, where I panicked and just absconded from the internet altogether, and probably completely botched that relationship. But still, I'm always been pleased with that response. That was also, I had Ted Nicholas was ready to join my mastermind group.
Really?
Yeah. So.
Wow. You have there was a dream that was just right there.
Yeah. Well, no, I promise you, at that point in my life, I would have screwed it up even worse. I should have done something to at least keep those relationships open, but I didn't act on it fast enough. And let that be a lesson to you all.
Yeah.
When you have something, run with it and follow through.
You get one chance. Live your life daily.
No, it's not true. You get chances every day. There are always opportunities.
Yeah, I'm talking about one chance with that person.
Well, yeah.
Yeah. No, I agree.
I don't know. Maybe Joe Vitale will still agree to do this today. I can't tell. Maybe it's time to write another letter.
Yeah.
His email address has stopped working since, though.
Oh yeah. Yeah, he's probably
getting too much spam.
Yeah, he probably got totally clogged. Okay, back to that's water under the bridge. Back to basically starting up this person here.
Okay.
So far,
right.
You have to
basically what we've covered so far is you want to educate yourself with something like Simpleology, for example.
Yes.
And you need to plan your business, which basically includes paying yourself and then using some of the funds, of course, to build your business. And, of course, leveraging your current abilities. If you're a gardener, don't quit gardening to jump onto the Internet.
Right.
Where do we go from there?
Okay. So that's where I started talking about the interview and the internship.
Yep.
Okay. So those are two ways to put yourself in contact with the people who can help leverage yourself into a position of being an expert.
Right.
Okay. So I may be nobody in the field of in the world of anything as far as anyone's concerned, but I'm really interested in patio furniture. So, and I know that what I want to do eventually is probably have this company where I sell the best patio furniture in the world and sell tons of it. Okay. So what I'm going to do, but I'm only a gardener right now.
Yep.
I'd probably try the internship too. I'd probably say, you know what, I'm going to find anyone who makes patio furniture or sells it effectively. Just make a list of those people who I think I could contact and for whom this could work. And I'm going to write them a letter and say, would you let me do some gardening for you? Okay?
Yep.
That would be one avenue.
Okay.
Right? The other one is the interviews. I would set up a newsletter. It can even be free to start, you know, whether it's groups at Yahoo or groups at Google. It's fine. You can transfer out of it and graduate later, but you don't have to spend a whole lot of money on something when you really don't understand it to begin with.
Right, yep.
Let somebody else take those headaches in the beginning. And I would just start a newsletter that's about patio furniture, okay, which I've done my research, and yes, there are plenty of people who are buying patio furniture, okay?
Right. Yeah.
And then I would start writing some cold letters to people who are respected in that industry. I don't know, but Google would probably tell me who some of the big manufacturers are, or I could take a field trip down to the local Walmart or Sears or wherever I would go to buy patio furniture, look at who manufactures them, and ask them some hard questions, tell them I'm going to give them some free publicity to incredibly targeted prospects.
Right,
you know, they'll get to promote their products on, you know, to my subscribers. I collect a bunch of these interviews, either put them into an autoresponder, and there are even free autoresponders. Free Autobot is one that at least works that I know of. And then, once I'm armed with that, I would head out into the world and try to use those names and those offers to reach my prospects. Now, where are my prospects? Well, for each niche, this is probably going to be different, but I would venture to say that almost any niche that you're going into already has some sort of forum or community involved. Okay? So, you know what, there's let's do that there is a small group of people who are patio furniture aficionados. Okay? And we're going to just join their forum because it's free, and all I'm going to say is, hey, I'm new here, I really like this, but I think you guys should check out my interview series. And it uses these names, and they talk about these products and help you decide. I may take that information and build a simple web page that, you know, just describes the different features and benefits. The amazing thing is when you do an interview, you will come up with information that no one else will, or you'll come up with an angle. It's just the nature of the conversation. That was one of Mark Joyner's strategies. When you sit down with you, it's a very Socratic thing. You know, the discourse leads to the idea, leads to the discovery.
Right. Yeah.
So then once I have that information and I've leveraged it with people who are recognized at what I'm doing, you want to take it and make it viral. It can be as simple as if you know someone who would appreciate this information, feel free to forward it to your friends.
Right, yeah.
You know, that's what worked for Search Engine Tactics. That was Mark's first ebook. That was it. There was no complicated system to it. That
Right.
still works. You can encourage word of mouth without having to, use a 5-level affiliate marketing program that costs $100,000.
Sounds very much like a simpleology tactic.
It is.
The KISS theory, keep it simple, smarty.
Exactly. Keep it simple.
Yeah.
There are a million things that you can do. It's really going to be different from person to person. I first learned keep it simple when I did door-to-door promotions before I was at ASOP, when I first moved to Los Angeles. And that's an amazing business. You will never have a lesson in taking action and dealing with rejection quite like going door to door.
Right, I bet.
But that's a perfectly legitimate and no cost way to approach a patio furniture sale.
Yeah.
People think all of a sudden that just because there's this thing called the internet that's making so and so $1 billion, that's the way to make money now.
Yeah.
There was a question that you asked me right before we came on the call. Somebody on your list is a mother of 5 or something and wants to be a millionaire.
Yeah.
Do you have that information in front of you?
Yeah, what it is basically is how do you get to being from the point where we were discussing, you have very little money, very little business experience, and pretty much no internet experience. How do you get from that point to being someone who is a multimillionaire? And I think that's really where you're working through that right now. Where the first thing is, basically don't expect to jump online and just make your first million, this year or this, maybe not even this century. But first educate yourself to go through the whole process. Don't try and jump to the finish line before you even the starting gun goes off. So if you, really what you've been going through now, I believe answers the question of what she was looking for is number 1, educate yourself. Number 2, start planning your business. Number 3, basically kind of more in the detail side of things, building your business, paying yourself, leveraging your abilities, and then getting, maybe even before some of that, getting into a position of being taking advantage of an internship or an interview so that you kind of borrow somebody else's credibility to be able to promote your passion. So I think then, from there, what's next? I mean, you've come out with some very good steps, basically of how do you get from where you are sitting now up to the point where now you've got, something like the patio furniture interviews, and now you've taken that viral.
All right. So we've gotten into our passion. We've learned something. We have information. We may even have an information product at this point. Whether we're just going to give away the information product and then add in, commission offers. That's a perfectly valid way to make a significant income online.
So within your free product, whether it's an ebook or a short course or whatever, within your product, you recommend other products that you're going to gain a commission on.
Exactly.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
And probably those people who you interviewed will be very happy to give you a commission on any product that you sell.
Right. Yep.
So the next thing, how do we get from there to the $1 million? Now here's where it gets a little trickier. The question there also said that starting out we don't know anything about the internet.
Right. Yep.
Well, you know what? That's fine. You really don't have to know everything about the Internet. I spent, a half a year of my life just studying the inner workings of email and servers, and I personally enjoyed it, but I don't think most people would.
Right.
You don't need to spend your hours and hours learning how to program HTML. Sure. You don't need to learn how to do all of this stuff yourself. You have to be willing to outsource it. Now, whether you've got a cousin who can program a website and will do it for $10, that's fine to get you started.
Uh-huh.
As your response rate goes up and people expect a certain amount of professionalism once you get to a certain level, you'll probably want to move up and purchase proper graphic design. Always be frugal and never take the first offer that comes to you right away. Always get a second opinion before you invest anything. Be incredibly wary of anything that is a recurring charge.
Right.
I would rather drop $500 up front than, or I'd probably put less thought into something that costs $500 up front than something that costs $50 a month.
Right. Okay. Is that a personal preference, or is that something that basically what would be the advantage of spending $500 now as opposed to $50 today?
When you own something, you can leverage it for the life of your business for as long as you own it.
Right.
I guess it's a difficult balance. It's hard to say which things to buy and which ones to rent.
Uh-huh.
I think it all comes down to what you've decided that long-term goal is.
Right. Yep.
So let's get back into this example of Mr. Patio Furniture.
Yep.
And he wants to make $1 million by selling the best patio furniture.
Right. Yep.
So when you look at that ultimate step of earning $1 million, what do I probably have? Well, I probably do have a sales team or a marketing team. I definitely have somebody who's manufacturing it.
Uh-huh.
Whether it's here or there, it really doesn't matter. But I know that I will need that.
Yeah.
Okay? I will need to have a relationship with somebody who's shipping it. So I probably want to start from the beginning, looking at different freight companies and letting them know that I'm in this business and find out how much things cost so that you don't get ripped off when it comes time and you have that first shipment and it doesn't reach your distributor because you chose the wrong company or because they ended up charging on the additional fees in the back.
Right. Yeah.
So what would I buy and what would I rent? I would try to hire as few people as possible.
Uh-huh.
I really prefer doing things on developing a relationship with a like-minded individual, or someone who can share your vision.
So really, as opposed to hiring somebody, better if you could do a joint venture with somebody.
Exactly. Yes. A lot of things happen when you hire someone. When you have an employee, they depend on you for everything.
Yep.
That's a really difficult relationship for both. And I don't think it's something that's even natural to humans. I don't think we're supposed to have an adult who is so completely dependent on another.
Yeah.
We're meant to make our own deals on a regular basis.
Yeah.
That's where people feel happy and in control.
Right. Yeah.
Even if the outcome is the same, even if by being a free agent copywriter, you make $40,000 a year and write, 2,000 letters, and you make the same money by working for an employer, I would still rather do it on my own because it's going to be more fulfilling, and I will gain more from it.
Exactly.
On a personal level. I'll also probably learn more of it. When you're an employee, you tend to find things less important. You have less vested in it. It's a very what's in it for me position. So I've probably made a joint venture, and I'm into patio furniture, but I'm really not into copywriting, and I'm not into graphic design. So I'm going to outsource those.
Right.
And I've made a relationship. I've gotten some quotes. I probably had to fire somebody, one of those three, at some point because they just didn't agree or weren't able to perform to my liking. And it's a lot easier to fire somebody who's a free agent than it is to fire somebody that you've hired.
Right. Yeah.
And that's really it. You know what? Once you have an audience who's already built in, even if you only have a newsletter list of 1,000 people who are interested in patio furniture, which on the internet is really not that hard to come up with.
Exactly. Yeah.
If I have a list of 1,000 people, and I've contacted a couple of outsourced manufacturers, and I've just spent a couple minutes on the phone, maybe put together some drawings, and I said, well, here's what I learned from these experts about their furniture, and here's what I saw on the forums or heard back from people on my list about what they would like different. But between those two sources, you'll have the product idea. The market will, if you just make it known that you listen, which is very simple. In your newsletter, just offer a feedback form. Occasionally tell them what they'd like to hear, or have them ask the questions for your interviewee. When you do that, just send that information out to your list. Really do listen, and you'll be able to put that proposal up and say, well, you know what, I want 100 units of this, and either we're going to drop ship them or you're going to have them sent to this location. I saved up this money from my commissions already, and but this is it. This is the product, and I'm going to sell it. And you can send that product out to your list, and there it is.
Excellent.
Excellent.
That is basically a business formula in a box.
Yeah, that's using the internet. But you don't even have to use the internet. I was thinking about it. If somebody said, "Well, what am I passionate about?" I'm passionate about making money. That's really actually kind of tough, because I don't think most people are passionate about making money.
No, it's something everybody wants.
Yeah, it's something everybody wants, but the money is there for something else.
Yeah.
When I think about it, it's like, well, you know what? I would like a mansion. Why do I want a mansion? I want a mansion so that I can have a big dog and they can be happy running around the backyard.
Yeah.
When I think about my long-term goals, that's what actually motivates me.
Exactly. Yeah. It's not the money.
It's not right. It's not the $1 million house. It's what it does for me. It allows me to have a dog and feel good about the dog.
Yeah.
Okay. So let's go through another little example here really quickly. I'm sitting down to consult with someone, and she says, you know what, I really don't have anything to work with. I want to make $1 million.
Yeah.
That's kind of tough. Well, what are you passionate about? Well, I'm working this job, and it's social services, which is kind of what I grew up with, but it's really not something I want to do, and I hate my job, she says.
Yeah.
And but we talk about it, and what she really is passionate about is her kids, and she has 5 of them, and that's a handful.
Yep.
Especially by herself. So we go through it, and what are her abilities? somebody who raises 5 kids on their own probably has a couple of things that most other people don't. Here's some of the hidden benefits of that experience. You probably know how to feed a family of 6 for under $20.
Right.
That's the kind of information that is valuable to people. Okay. Now, if we go through that same process that we just talked about, well, you know what? I'm probably going to maybe set up a newsletter or create an information product. Okay. She doesn't know anything about the internet, so we're not going to mess with building a website right now. Okay.
Yep.
We're going to look at what town does she live in. I don't know. She lives in Tulsa, Oklahoma. Okay.
Sure.
We're going to look at Tulsa, Oklahoma. We're going to look at people who have kids in Tulsa, Oklahoma, who would need to feed them on a budget, okay? And I can bet you there's a lot of people in Tulsa, Oklahoma who have kids who want to spend less money on them, on feeding them, okay?
Exactly, yeah.
Right. So we don't know, we don't even know how to type, okay?
Okay.
We don't know how to type. We don't know how to use an email. We can't tell, a reply address from address. Okay. So we're not going to touch that. We're going to use things that you know first. Okay. We're going to use the telephone. We're going to use talking face to face. Okay.
Yeah.
You're going to leverage yourself with people who are important to those prospects. Okay. So maybe school principals or I don't know, whoever runs the local entertainment or PTA members. If you've got 5 kids, you're probably involved with at least 3 different schools, and in your network of kids' friends, you probably are involved with maybe 10 different schools. Okay, yeah. You go to these schools and you say, I put together this coupon book. Okay, and bill yourself as an expert. I'm the coupon queen of Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Yeah.
All right, and I've put together this coupon book, and here's what's in it for you. I don't know. There's plenty of ways to incentivize. Maybe if you appeal to the right person the right way and tell them, your situation. I don't even make enough money at this job that I hate, and I have 5 kids, and you know what? They're really struggling in school, and I want to be able to devote the time to them, and this is the only thing that I've come up with. Will you just help me and allow me to promote these coupon books here and make people happy? And I assure you, out of those 10 schools, at least one person is going to say yes right off the bat.
Yep.
Okay? Now, we haven't touched the internet yet.
Right.
All right?
Yep.
But you've already leveraged important people using information that you have an ability.
Yep.
And are selling a product, an information product, but it has nothing to do with the internet. And I think that's something that a lot of people don't understand. You don't have to use these avenues because they're there. You have to use the one that's going to reach your client and get you to that goal from your starting point.
So you start with your own network.
Exactly. And then, at the end of that, maybe at the back of the coupon book, there's a little, you print one page that's, or when you're signing up, you take email addresses, okay? Just have them write it down, okay?
Yep.
And then you have it. And then 2 months from then, when people are saying, well, who's this coupon queen of Tulsa, Oklahoma? Where did she come from, and how can I get my pizza parlor promoted by her? Then all of a sudden, all she has to do is send an email, okay?
Yep.
And anybody who brings in her coupon, she, gets 5 cents on their order, whatever it takes.
Yep.
But that's exactly how you build an empire. You start with what you can.
Baby steps.
Right.
Yep.
And then you take those profits and you put them back into the business. Once you have a little money, enough money that you saved, and remember you did that garage sale because you got rid of those DVDs that you really didn't need anymore and the exercise equipment that nobody's using.
Yep.
You take that money and you reinvest it in the business in a smart way. yes, you do need a website, but you don't need to be spending $100 a month for it. Okay.
Right.
If you don't know the information, ask someone you trust. Ask someone who would know and who can help you with it. Most people just don't ask for the information. That's the problem.
Yeah. So that's cool. You just basically start off from your own network. Once you start making a bit of money, reinvest it into the company, and then start the company growing that way.
Exactly.
Step by step by step.
Yep.
So would you then start selling personally, if you just basically started off now? Would you start off in the digital arena on the internet, or would you start out with tangible goods, or combination of both, or what would you do?
Me personally,
Yeah.
I think my ability lies in digital products right now. I worked with it for, I was doing e-commerce before there really was e-commerce. I was working with Mark Joyner, and I have a fair amount of leverage there. I have all this time that I put into research. Of course I'll do that first. If that's where my intended prospects are. And yes, they are. If I look at both my short-term prospects and my long-term prospects, yeah, they're both on the internet. Okay. And it's a viable way to reach them. If it wasn't, no, I wouldn't. If I thought door-to-door would be better, then I'd go door-to-door.
Okay. If you were, let's pick an industry out of the air. Okay, let's say you're in a financial planning company, or you own a financial planning company. Would you use the internet, or how would you use the internet basically to increase your sales from what you're doing now, which is probably direct mail and telephone sales?
I will use the internet where it is more efficient.
Okay.
Okay. In that situation, it is probably going to be more efficient for providing basic information. Okay.
Uh-huh.
So I would probably have some sort of about page, a sales page, something that gets people to understand what it is that we have to offer.
Okay.
And that's probably about all I need on there.
Right.
Because
just basically,
I don't think most people are going to be comfortable doing financial transaction. You're talking about like portfolio planning.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
I don't think most people would be comfortable doing that just over the internet, because it's really not effective enough for interactive dialogue.
Right. Yeah. So you would basically have the internet would be a good lead generation system, and then you would go to the one-on-one, more personal, either on the phone or one-on-one meetings.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Right.
That's cool.
With internet forums, it's been a craze for about a year and a half. Mm-hmm. It's something that's really highly touted as this amazing marketing method. But if you are in a geographic area, it probably isn't, because most people are not identifying themselves on the internet by a local geographic area.
Right. Yeah.
It doesn't make that any more efficient or effective. Right. People meet each other in a local geographic area because they go to the same schools, or the same dance club, or the same restaurant, because their paths cross where it's more efficient. It doesn't really make sense to have a club for a tennis club with people in Boston and San Diego. So if you're selling tennis rackets and you're not going to ship them, you're probably not going to have much to do with the internet.
Right. Yep.
Really doesn't make sense.
Really, very much dependent on your business, whether it's going to be helpful or not.
Although it might be integrated, if like we said, if you're selling those Boston-related tennis rackets, you may need to do your promotion offline, but take your orders online.
Right. Okay. Yep. So combine the
whichever step is more efficient.
Right. Yep.
because you can take that efficiency and pass it on to the customer by giving them a better offer. If you can give a better offer, you can probably reap more revenue in the short term and reinvest that to making an even better offer, lowering your costs, making things more efficient, capitalizing on economies of scale. And there you've just put yourself in a position to make yourself stronger with every period of time.
Right. So what about you then personally? If you, we'll use you as a good example. You design a digital product. Well, we can use specifics. Exactly the spam-free email system that you've come up with. Now that's good. That is a digital product. How are you going to get people to your website to start the ball rolling?
All right. For this particular product, a lot of it is going to be that advertorial that we talked about.
Okay.
I will write articles and explain to people, one of them might be different methods of spam prevention and their effectiveness.
Okay.
Okay. I will take that article and both submit it to the easing article archives. There's a couple of them, and I have a list of them.
Okay.
But I'm not going to just bank on that, because that's a low bet. All right.
Do you know which ones of those would you use? Like the easing, the article banks.
I really don't have that information in front of me. I might be able to email it to you, and you can send it out to your subscribers.
Okay, sure.
But for this product, I'm probably going to try to target some users. It's a really broad prospect base because there's absolutely no there's no price barrier. It's free, so anyone can afford it.
Right. Yeah.
Okay, and it doesn't restrict itself to geographic or other political barriers. Okay,
right.
So I don't have to just focus on the U.S. or a particular state. This applies to the whole world, and it doesn't really apply to businesses or organizations. It's only to personal users.
Okay.
That's the one limitation of it.
Okay.
And it applies to anyone who uses email. So that's a really huge subscriber base. And each of those advertorials is going to drive people to, or mention the website, www.savemyemail.org. When people go there and read about the system and the tactics and methods that are in there, they'll be excited about it, and they'll click on it, and they'll just have to put in their email address, and then they'll get the information. And they can use it, they can start it right away, they can put it away for later if they want to. I think most people would just be really, really excited about putting this into practice right away. I still believe that it is absolutely revolutionary, and I don't want to hold this back. This is not something that's I want to be the email guy for the rest of my life, for the rest of the world.
Yep.
Okay? If I was like that, I would probably be positioning myself by selling this information at a really low cost. How much is your time worth to you? And how much is an hour of Terry's time?
Right. Yeah.
Probably somewhere above minimum wage, I would hope.
Yeah.
So if it's going to save you even just an hour of sorting spam, and that's a really, really low estimate.
Yeah.
Just an hour a month. It's I don't know. It's hundreds of dollars a year's worth.
Exactly.
But I'm going to give this information away. And the reason that I want to do this is I don't want to spend a whole lot of time on it. I don't want to build a whole affiliate program for it, and have to deal with all the time that it would take me to try to promote it in that avenue. I would rather just give the information away, have people happy about it, and use that success as leverage in the future.
Right, okay.
And so that's why I've decided to do it this way, and that's why all you have to do is go to the website and sign up and read the information, and I swear to you it's not anything you're expecting.
So this basically would be this is a great way, by offering a free product that is definitely in high demand, to start building yourself a list that you can actually promote to later.
Yeah, I am interested in having a list to promote, but I'm not the type who would take this list and then promote a whole lot of irrelevant offers to it.
Right,
I'm looking here. There are some sales opportunities that are built into it. I'm not going to try to tell you that that's not what happens here.
Yeah.
But there's no obligation to take any of those offers to make this work.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. I'll show you how to do it without it, but it may save you time if you use some of the offers.
Okay.
And each of those would provide some residual income for me. And that's enough. That's enough to make it worth it to do this. But it's exponentially more valuable simply to be able to point to this and say I successfully was able to run this, have this program reach 1 million people, and it's in use. Because what I really want to do is not be the email guy. It's about being the music business guy.
Right. Yep. So how does this fit into the music business guy title?
When I go to get those interviews, of course, once I have this email list, I'll probably send an email or two, something along the lines of, "Do you know a struggling musician?"
Yep.
And when they do that, then of course I'm leveraging that. So it'll be a quick way to jumpstart some of those subscribers, but it'll also it's another thing to add credibility.
Right. Yep. So that you can actually go to anyone who's kind of in the promotion side of the music business and say, look, what I did with my online business is this formula. Here's what happened. I have 1 million people on my mailing list. We can basically plug in the same formula for you and develop the same type of system for you and your business.
Right.
Okay, so it's a really very much a credibility issue. Not so much that you take that exact the details of your email program and try to incorporate them into the music business, but taking that formula that you've used and incorporate it into something that would work in the music business as well.
Exactly. Terry, you understand things very well.
I've been around the block a bit. So where would you say then, in the whole process, where does marketing and sales, like in the whole campaign, the marketing sales campaign, where's the split? Where does marketing end and sales take over?
It's funny you should ask that. Are you familiar with accounting?
Oh God, math and I do not agree.
Okay. Right.
Sorry, no, I'm familiar with accounting in a very, very, very limited aspect.
Well, in accounting, you generally have accounts that are broken up this way. Your liabilities would be broken up into long-term liabilities and current liabilities. They're both services that are due. Okay. But one is short-term and one is long-term. That is the way that I distinguish marketing and sales. Okay.
What would an example be? A short-term and long-term liability.
What?
What would an example be, like a short-term and long-term liability?
A long-term liability in accounting might be long-term debt. Like you took out a 5-year loan this year,
Okay. Yep.
So
Gotcha.
that's not due for 5 years. But a short-term liability could be, products deliverable. It's somebody's already paid you for something that you haven't shipped yet.
Okay. Yep.
And it's due within the next month.
Okay. Super.
Those are both things that need to be delivered, and so they're both classified as liabilities, but there's short-term and there's long-term.
Okay. Yep.
And that changes the way that investors look at a company when they're looking at the balance sheet. But I bring that up only as a metaphorical example. Sales and marketing. Sales is what you do in the short term to increase the number of people that will buy.
Okay.
Marketing is the things that you do to get people to buy indefinitely.
Okay.
That is the way that I look at it. And when I think of it that way, it actually helps integrate things a whole lot more. I really believe that most things should be about direct response, direct selling. Ask somebody to do it now. If they can't, they won't. But if you instill that desire to do it now, that's better than instilling the desire to do it later when they could have done it now.
Right, okay. Yep.
Follow?
Gotcha.
Now, the problem with most salespeople or people who are only of a sales mindset is then you're stuck with shortchanging the future for the present. You'll look at people who or businesses that will, just offer a discount willy-nilly because they need to make their sales mark by the end of the month.
Right, yep.
Right? So you go to the car dealership, and because they need to sell 3 more cars in the next day, and the car really hasn't been performing that well, they'll give you a rebate to where they don't even make any money on it. Then the next time you go back, you just wait till the end of the month, and you get the rebate again, and they don't make any money again.
Right.
Now, that may have been effective sales to get you to buy that one car, but it's not effective marketing because you've then taught your customer how to not buy even when they might want to.
I gotcha.
You follow?
Yep. So your marketing really is pretty much the branding or the way that you want people to see your company, and your sales is the actual dollars across the table. Yeah, that's a good way of breaking it up as well. When you market, you're going to establish a rapport that says this is what we do when you're looking for this. Right. Yep.
And that teaches them. I believe like I told you with the copy for the hypnotic writing swipe file.
Yep.
That marketing should educate you.
Right.
And most of the most successful marketing educates people.
So how do you get that? Now, I think your beautiful example for that is the advertorial. How do you get people to read an advertorial and then take action and buy your product right now that they've read the advertorial? There's that really is the art of copywriting. And I say it is an art because you have to practice. I can't tell you whether everybody has the skill for it or not. They probably do. Everybody probably has it in them, but
some of it's very, very buried in some people.
Right.
Reading some of the emails I get.
For some of you, it might not be worth it to put the time into developing that skill.
Yeah. I think for some people, and myself included, I mean, I enjoy writing, but I am not a good copywriter. I think when it comes to the point of writing copy, it's much better for me to source a good copywriter, somebody I respect, because I've read their copy and they like it. I think it's much better for some, to go out and pay the money to have somebody write copy that's going to be effective, as opposed to, spending the 2 or 3 months that I think I probably would need to actually establish something, a piece of work that might be somewhat good.
Right. Yeah, and that's fine. You don't have to waste your time trying to do everything the hard way and do it yourself.
Yeah, exactly.
There are certain things, Terry, that you're great at, and that's why I subscribe to your newsletter. And that's why I've listened to most of the interviews that you've put through your newsletter so far. But if you don't want to write copy, you probably don't have to. There's plenty of people who can do things well. Yeah, from economics, I learned the story of the lawyer and the secretary. That the lawyer could type faster than the secretary.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah.
And it used to annoy him because he could have written 60 letters in a day where she could only write 40.
Yeah.
All right. But when it came to the briefings, he can do 4 briefings in a day where she could only do 1 every 2 days.
Okay.
So when he got mad and went over to type the letters, how many briefings got done?
4.
No, when he wasn't doing the briefings, when he was doing the letters,
yep.
he had 60 letters.
Okay, sorry.
But they only get a half of a briefing a day.
Okay, yep.
Right? Now, when you look at the opportunity cost there, it's not worth it. He should just live with it and either find a faster secretary or accept that just because he's a pretty good typist does not mean that he should stop doing the briefings because he is at a relatively higher rate of value in doing the briefings.
Right.
And that's probably why he's the lawyer.
Right. Yeah.
I once, when I studied that and my professor taught that, I went back to my father, who runs his own business and has taught me a lot of things. But he would always, he'd always do things around the house himself and would do the yard work. And I think that was just a value that he was raised with. And I showed him this principle and told him about the lawyer and the secretary. And, since then he still does some things, partly because he enjoys it, but not all the time,
Yeah.
If you can pay someone to do it and you can get more done with the time that you would have spent doing it,
exactly.
Do your core competency.
Yeah.
Spend more time doing that, and you'll reap far more benefits.
Exactly. The stuff that you're doing right now that you would consider kind of the menial jobs, washing the car, cutting the grass, that type of thing. You can have somebody else do that while you actually are using the time that you would have used for doing that. You can use that on your core competency, like you said. Right.
Well, it doesn't even have to be menial jobs. I mean, it can be an amazing skill. If there's a genius musician who also happens to be really, really good at publicity, that doesn't mean that he should be his own publicist.
Right.
He should probably spend as much time as possible on the music and find a pretty good publicist too.
Right.
Now, the good thing about having those talents is you'll be able to recognize what's a good value and what isn't. The lawyer knows what a good typist is.
Yep.
But that doesn't mean that he has to do it.
Exactly. Well, if we go back to the internet.
Yeah, I know there was a question in there.
No, but that's perfect. I mean, the examples you're using are absolutely meaningful. As far as the whole package. I mean, not just focusing specifically on things, but look at the whole package. And I think that's extremely important. Now, if we're on the internet, we'll go back to your digital products. Okay. How do you end up getting a whole lot of traffic to your website? Are you
from everything? From everything that I've seen, the best way to get a lot of traffic is to give away something first and develop a viral mechanism for it.
Right.
Okay. Usually, the advertorial or an existing list, which is basically the same method. It's about leveraging somebody else's consumers by offering something for free. Okay. Here, the information, the advertorial is valuable information, it's useful information, or it's a sample of your product that works. Okay. A non-working demo is only an advertisement.
Right.
Okay. Make a version that does something, and you will see people actually use it and recommend it.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
When you have something that's of value to your prospects that you can give away for free, and then you either tell them or incentivize them to tell other people about it, that's where you get the traffic.
Okay. So what
Right?
about search? What about search engines?
You know, if you're not going to go the advertorial route, or especially if it's not something that people talk about as much as they shop for, then probably search engine placement or AdWords would be a viable alternative.
Okay.
You know, maybe. Well, the thing about search engine placement is it's a game. It's not something that you have control over. It's not even something where you can amortize your results over a large number of users. You know, and what I mean by that is when you do direct marketing, yeah, you're kind of playing a game with each respondent. But when you look at a conversion rate, if you get a letter that works and gets 10 people out of 1,000 to respond, which from what I hear in direct marketing is actually, you know, decent.
Yeah.
Not to my standards, but decent.
Okay.
Then you know that probably if you send that same letter to 10,000 people, well, you're going to get, 10 or 100. I forget what the math was there. That's a game that you can predict when you put it on a large scale.
Right.
With the search engines, how many search engines are there that people actually use? I don't know, maybe 10 at the most?
At the most, yeah.
Where are people really searching?
Other
Google, Yahoo, I think those are the two, and they're
that's just it. Other than Google and Yahoo, I can't tell you any of the other ones that I even hear anybody using.
MSN maybe because it's still on some people's start pages, or AOL if they own it. All right.
Yeah.
So between those, you've got. I'm not looking at the numbers, but I'm guessing 90% of the market share in search engine placement. All right. Now, if you gamble, even money, you know, if you're paying someone for search engine placement, and that's your avenue, and it doesn't work on those four, there's nowhere else to go.
That's right, yeah.
You know, that money sunk or that time that you've invested into it is not panning out.
Right, yeah.
Now, the way to beat the search engine, if you have to put it that way, is to have relevant content and consistently drive traffic to it.
Yeah.
But before you do that, you need to reach your prospects somehow. You need to have a site with integrity. People are always selling different information about, you know, what gets you higher placement today, but it doesn't work tomorrow because the whole point of the search engine is to provide the most relevant information. If you're not providing the most relevant information, then honestly you don't belong at the top of the search engine.
Exactly. Yeah.
So if you build a site properly and you have the best information and people start telling each other about it, or when people search for it and they do find you and they click on it and they like it, then that sends the right information back to the search engine. That's how you get to the top, and that's how you stay there. You know, that's what the sites that really perform do.
Excellent.
But
so what about then on another aspect, newsletters or e-zines? How would you go about finding one that would be effective that you could promote in there, sending out whether it's a solo ad or, you know, some sort of advertisement to get to them? How would you actually find effective e-zines?
You know, this is a good question. Most of the things that I've ever gone through, I've already known who the big players were.
Okay.
But if I didn't have that information, I'd probably start with a search engine just to gain some information. But if I don't know it intuitively, then I'll probably just find a couple prospects and either, you know, offer them something free or offer them a discount in the future for their feedback, but ask them what kind of newsletters they subscribe to.
Right, okay.
I'd probably shop through the Yahoo forums just to find anything that's related there. Again, I don't have the using article directories in front of me, but yeah, to be honest, I've never gone into a venture without having an idea starting out of what kind of big players are already in the market.
Right. Well, I think your advice is very valid about going to the end result consumer and say, well, what do you read, and basically kind of work from that end backwards. Say, okay, well, if that's what he's reading, then I need to get in there, find out who publishes that, and contact that person.
Yeah.
So that makes good sense. Now, once you've actually, I guess you should have this done before you start promoting. When you're creating your website, what are some of the little tricks that you and Mark used to, or I guess that you probably would use now, as far as specific fonts and colors or sizes? Is there something in there other than the copy, like the visual side of things?
You know, when one of these little insider secrets is a little pamphlet that Ted Nicholas always sells at his seminars, and you can probably still, he might have a downloadable version of it, but I have a hard copy. It only costs like $5, and I think it's called 87 Secrets to Getting Your Letters Open. And it's about direct mail, and you know, there's stuff about envelopes and a couple of things, but there's some basic ideas about readability. You know, don't bother with distracting background. Usually black text on white or maybe yellow is going to be the easiest to read.
Okay.
And that's what's really important, is you don't want to distract someone from the information. Unless, maybe if, for most products, I'll say for most products, talking about it, using words in sentences is probably going to be the most effective way of, an efficient way for you and the consumer of conveying the value of it.
Okay.
Right. Now, if your product requires a demonstration, then go for it. If you're talking about something that's audio, then yeah, you probably want to provide a sample, but you're still going to have to talk about it. All right.
Right. Yeah.
So what's most important is that you make it readable, and you probably want to present it in a format that they are familiar with, because the last thing you want is for them to have to struggle to understand the information. So I like to have things formatted just like a letter, you know, because that's something that's already in existence. And you see that all over the internet. But Mike was, who's Mike? Mark was one of the first people to really do that on a regular basis. If you look at a newsletter that he ran back in the day, it was originally called, I think, Confessions of an Internet Marketer, and then that grew into the Mind Control Marketing List.
Right.
Those were always formatted as a letter to the reader. Gary Halbert's stuff is always formatted as a letter to the reader, and it looks like you just open the envelope. And he's a big direct response guy, so that, you know, that's natural for him.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to go that far. But an email is something that people are familiar with reading. You have a short greeting that says, "Dear reader," or "Hello there," and then it launches into an indented paragraph that explains something relevant right away.
Right. Yep.
And the next thing is, and Mark definitely taught me this, is about having a streamlined sign-up process.
And what's that?
It means reduce it to as few steps as possible, and make those steps follow logically.
Okay.
So, step 1, read. Step 2, fill out the form here. Step 3, fill in the name of your friends. Boom, there you are. Viral mechanism. Okay? Don't add any extra steps. Don't give people too many options when it isn't relevant. You know?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's about it. I mean, that's still what I try to achieve with a website.
Okay.
And that's something that you'll see at savemyemail.org. It's really simple. You go there, you read about it, you fill out, 2 fields, and then you're sent the information. And once you get the information, it guides you through the rest of the steps. Step 2, Step 3, Step 4.
Excellent. Very simple.
Step 5, laugh about it.
Excellent. So whenever you're doing text online, is it basically the same size as text that you would do in a direct mail campaign, or is it a different size?
Yeah, it should be about the 12-point font is perfectly fine.
Okay.
If it's larger than that, then it sounds like you're shouting. If it's smaller than that, then it's hard to read, and you've just made it distracting from your message.
Okay. Sounds cool. I'm just going to shoot out kind of a bunch of ideas at you. This is kind of a off the top of my head type thing. As far as developing a trust with the prospect, when it comes to the sales process, regardless whether you're writing a letter or you're writing a letter for direct mail or a letter for the website, how do you develop a trust with a prospect from the very beginning when they just start reading your letter all the way through to basically the follow-up after you've made the sale? What's kind of the key? I mean, you and Mark really put together some fantastic letters that drew the people into the website and developed a trust that really wasn't common, with a lot of other websites. So you guys have a secret somewhere. That's what I'm digging for.
A secret for developing trust?
Yeah.
There is no secret for developing trust. It's just be trustworthy.
Okay.
If you have something to hide, then you need to re-examine your whole marketing.
Right. Okay.
That's all there is to it. I will be upfront about everything. I will warn people about how they may react to something, and
so basically,
I'm looking for an example, but I'm not coming up with any. Basically,
kind of speak from the heart.
Well, yeah, of course, speak from the heart, and like Joe Vitale says, when he writes any kind of sales letter, he writes to one person.
Yeah.
The sales letter that you'll see at savemyemail.org, I basically the one that I decided to use, and I'll still probably go back and tweak it, but I just wanted to get something up there. And it's just something I wrote to my mother, and then I went back through and made it apply. But that's who I thought of when I was writing the letter, and it helped it come out a lot more personal. And I did that because I know that she's someone who's not very technical, and I wanted her to understand that this is not about being technical or installing new software or anything. The second thing is I know how she feels about spam, okay? And all of my prospects, should be somebody who is annoyed by spam, which is probably a lot of people.
99% of people online.
Yeah. And the third reason that I chose my mother is because she is somebody whom I genuinely care about. And I wanted that to come out in that copy.
Right.
And I really hope it does, but I'll take your critique on it.
Sure. Yeah, sure. That sounds cool.
So basically what you would do if you were writing copy, we'll use a completely unrelated industry. If you were writing copy for health supplements, pills, some sort of antioxidant supplements,
Okay.
you're writing copy for that, but you know from your research that 5% of the people in the world have difficulty swallowing a pill, regardless how big it is. So you could actually come out in your copy following your principle, using the heartfelt approach, and basically in the copy say, these are the most fantastic supplements that I've ever seen because they're filled with this and this and this stuff. The only downfall that I could foresee is approximately 5 people out of every 100 are not going to be able to use this because they have problems swallowing pills. Is that the kind of example where you actually give both sides of the coin, you kind of play both sides of the coin? This is the best stuff in the world, but if you can't take pills, it's not going to help you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the worst thing that you can do is get somebody to speak ill about you. All right. Any sales training will tell you that you need to qualify your prospect first.
Yeah.
So, just like when you're selling in person, if you can qualify them earlier on in the selling process and qualify them out and say you don't apply to this product, then do it. Don't bug them. Don't waste their time. Show some respect for the person. And you know what? They won't run around and say that, I wasted a whole bunch of time with this. It's like, it wasn't for me, but it might help you.
Okay, yeah. That's an interesting perspective where you actually cut people out before you get to the sales part.
Exactly. Yeah, you don't need to put anyone through that.
Right. So what about, now this is just another one kind of out of the blue for you. What about using RSS feeds as a supplement to using email, basically in a kind of a supplemental or another way of communicating with your subscribers or your customers?
I think it's great. I really do. I'm waiting for the day where it's reached a level of acceptance and standardization. I think it's going to... I don't think it's going to replace email. It probably won't replace email ever.
Right.
But I don't think it's even going to replace email as a selling tool. But it can be effective for certain things, okay? The advertorial that we talked about is a news item. And RSS is something that lends itself to news. So you'll go through and you'll probably get a whole lot more RSS feeds in a day than you get email. Once it's adopted enough,
Right.
You go through and there's 20 different headlines from such and such local news source and 30 on your favorite hobby, car collecting, and then, 2 about, parenting, and then over here in internet marketing, well, there's 30. And you probably know most of those are going to be, some kind of junk offer for something that's hackneyed. Right. Yeah. Well, not in your alley. Okay.
Right. Yep.
But the ones that are going to cut through is something that has a really fabulous headline that sounds newsworthy.
Right. Yep.
So that also falls into the art of copywriting is how to make something newsworthy. It's really not as hard as you think. What was the example that you gave? For
the supplements. You mean?
The supplements, okay. Yeah. So I mean that's pretty newsworthy. There's a new development because the product does something that nothing ever did before, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So new product cures blah in a surprising way, or at half the cost,
right,
or how about this? Probably not new supplement, but new cure. Cure is more of a benefit.
Yeah.
Allows twice as many people to use the product. Okay.
Yeah.
And what you could be explaining then in the copy of this advertorial is that you can reach these people because you've made it cheaper or whatever it is. Do you have a benefit in mind for this product?
We could maybe like a weight loss something.
Okay, it's weight loss.
Yeah.
Well, everything is about a new diet or a new pill and weight loss. I mean, that's
bad example.
It's not a bad example, but it almost seems too obvious.
Okay.
It works though.
Okay. What about okay, you've got a new supplement that increases your energy.
New supplement that increases your energy.
Yeah.
Okay.
So you have more energy during the day. You don't get your kind of slumps, ups and downs.
Ah, that's awesome. And we're trying to promote this via RSS, so we're looking for a newsworthy headline. You could play off of things that would enthuse a certain hobbyist. So you might say, let's just go down this route. How will football leagues respond to breakthrough energy enhancer?
Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And when you do that, people will read something about football that they probably, or with time, that they probably wouldn't have allotted for other things. Okay.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
You could do that because you could take this energy principle and apply it to anything. You could write the same article actually about football and about an opera singer and about a business person, and it can even be theoretical. You can take the one example and just change that paragraph that says, the pundits in the business industry are wondering what this will do after seeing the example that's already happened with long-distance runners and this new energy product. And then you talk about how it was developed and blah, blah, blah. Then you take that same format and you customize it to 10 different things, and you can submit that to 100 different publications.
So you seriously leverage your time. You basically write the article once and then tweak one paragraph to fit it into whatever niches you want to put it into.
Yeah, exactly. As long as you do it respectfully and you still inform people, absolutely. And don't be afraid in the advertorial to mention that, I don't know, maybe that it's only a matter of time before the patent expires and, this will change, but for now the only place to get it is through blah, blah, blah.
Okay. Beautiful.
Mm-hmm.
So you come up with a totally well, I shouldn't say totally, but basically a template, kind of benefit, all-out piece of copy, and then just rework it to hit specific markets that would be of interest to people who wouldn't specifically sit and read an energy enhancement product sheet, but they would be interested to see why their football player can run twice as fast as the other team, for example.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good angle. Here, write that down now. So what about? Sorry, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, what about blogging? Does that kind of fit in with the blogging aspect as well? Because that's basically what I've seen anyway. Is blogging is pretty much articles or comments, on a specific, very tightly targeted niche. But you could use the same type of thing for blogging then, or is it totally different?
With blogging, well, blogs and RSS feeds are definitely synchronizing now.
Yep.
So, what that changes is instead of having probably a traditional publishing organization like you, instead of going to CNN, now you're going to Joe Schmo who has his own agenda.
Yep.
And it's probably harder to try to sell him on writing about your product because he's probably going to write about it from his own standpoint.
Right. Yeah.
But if you can customize it well enough, then sure, he might. There's definitely business there. It's especially a niche thing. If, like your person on your list who's starting out with no money and no internet experience, go after the smaller players because the big guys are going after the bigger fish.
Right. Yeah.
And that's where you can make your first profits and start to build your list. But blogging and RSS is really going to be the same technology, and it already is in a lot of places.
Okay. And what about if you're going to be marketing ebooks? Would you use basically the same formula that we've just discussed now, or is there some other tactics that you would do specifically for ebooks?
The only thing that's different with an ebook is it makes it really easy to do an advertorial because usually you can just swipe out a chapter and submit that.
Right, yeah.
And, you may have an ebook with 23 chapters. You give away what's essentially a free sample of the book, but you may have one chapter that uses this particular example that comes from the boat racing world. And all of a sudden, you happen to be able to take that chapter and not only put it in a business book, but you can also promote it to boat racing, which is good because probably people who are boat racing have a lot of money.
Exactly. Yeah. That would be a good market to hit. So what about then, now you've got an ebook, for example, or an online product. What avenues would you use in the offline world to promote your online products or business?
Let's get more specific. Give me an example.
Sure. What about, let's say I have written a course on developing yourself into a more effective business person. Now the course is online, so that you basically, it'll be an email course or a website that ends up turning into a course.
Mm-hmm.
But I know now the personal development and internet marketing side of the business on the internet is so saturated and clogged with information as well as misinformation. I want to go offline somewhere and promote my online business to a segment of the population who isn't online all the time. So I want to hit the people basically offline and get them to go to my website. But where would I go cost effectively to go offline?
All right, well, I have to stop you first, Terry. I need to ask you whether you really believe that this book that you have is a good value and is something that isn't offered anywhere else or isn't offered at the kind of price range that you have for it.
Okay. I would have, for example, I have a book that will tell you how to achieve your goals within 3 minutes.
Within 3 minutes.
With
right.
Totally unique information.
Okay.
Yeah, it's something that is not readily available anywhere, and I've put it online.
All right. Well, I would ask you why you're not going the advertorial route first, because that kind of information I do think people would be willing to hear about.
Okay. But could I use an advertorial offline?
Absolutely, you can use an advertorial offline.
Okay.
Traditional publishers are scrambling, honestly, because it used to be a lot easier because everybody would fax in their publicity and news was getting placed, but there isn't. The old people are sticking to offline publishers, and all the new people are going online. So there isn't a lot of cross traffic.
Okay.
If you have a traditional product, you know what? You probably have an avenue to use some of the online advertorial places, newsletters, e-zines, and content sites. If you have a product that's heavily promoted online or saturated I shudder at the word saturated because I still think that that's a myth. 90% of everything. But if you perceive that it's saturated, then you know what, you probably do have better avenues offline with traditional publishers. Their addresses are public. You know, you can go to the library and look at the periodicals section and just find the addresses and put something, a stamp or an envelope, or they're all probably online and you can submit them there too. That's a perfectly legitimate way to get your information out. Newspapers.
So basically, now again, you're back to your leveraging to be able to leverage that advertorial to get out to e-zines, article directories, that kind of thing, but then also send that online advertorial over to your local newspaper and magazines and all that avenue of offline.
Yeah, exactly.
So you're still looking at pretty much a no or low cost avenue of getting your marketing out there, building your website, getting the publicity that you need to start generating, and then of course making the sales.
Yeah. I'm frugal, so I'm looking for low cost or no cost first, no matter what.
That's perfect. The advertorial, I think, by listening to what you're saying, the advertorial really is definitely a way to go. And you don't even have to be a really good copywriter, I don't think, to put together a decent advertorial, because you're not actually doing it as if you're doing a website where you have to basically sell your product on that page. You're really, one of your main concerns is to actually convey new information to your prospect, not just simply sell, but to build your credibility.
Yeah. Good copy should educate. The goal of your advertorial, well, not necessarily, the goal of your advertorial should be to get customers interested to go to your site,
yep,
or to take the next step towards purchasing the product. And you should have those steps as to the bare minimum, but a good advertorial should inform, because there's always that quid pro quo, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's the same offline or online. It's just some things are more efficient online, and some things are still more efficient offline.
What would be more efficient offline?
Conversations are more efficient offline.
Right.
I can do a lot more with you over the telephone than I can over email. You know, right. This conversation would have taken months over email.
If not years.
Right.
What about as far as expenses-wise, thinking marketing-wise? Direct mail, for example, or direct marketing, expenses versus results. Would it be more... Yeah?
I think a lot of direct mail campaigns are going to be dying. That's just my idea as a futurist and as somebody who's really interested in efficiency. I believe that most of it is stuck around because there's already an infrastructure for it. There are people who know how to do it and can be comfortable with the results. But as consumers continue to go online, we're, I think, 30% through the expected broadband conversion in the first world countries. People will be more comfortable with buying products online, and an email is a much more efficient way to reach people than a letter in an envelope. If I could click my snail mail to open it instead of having to tear that envelope and pull the thing out and unfold it, yeah, I would.
Yeah.
That's why, I mean, there's so many things that I get through email now, you know, bills and statements. I'd much rather get it online. It's faster for me.
Sure, yeah.
And it costs less for the business. And Once consumers start to understand that things that cost less for the business allow them to lower prices for you, then that's a beautiful thing. But
exactly.
Most people don't. They still waste businesses' money and then wonder why prices are.
So what about marketing then, as far as geography? Would you be marketing pretty much the same in the States as you'd be marketing, for example, in South Africa?
South Africa. You know, I would bet that computer usage and internet connectivity is probably not exactly where it is in the U.S. The principles still apply no matter what. If there aren't any user groups for people who are in South Africa for the product that you're trying to promote, then no, you're probably not going to go there. You're probably going to have to go to something that's offline.
Right.
Or you may find that there's a readership there. You know, there may be a magazine that comes out in South Africa that reaches all of those, you know, expensive car users, and nobody's really looking for any of that information online because they're already getting it efficiently through the magazine.
Right. Yeah.
And I'd be pursuing that avenue with everything I've got.
Next thing I'm curious about, Tom, is what's the best way to determine the angle for an ad or for a piece of a copy? Or when you sit down to write a piece of copy, how do you go about that?
The best way to determine, or the way to find the best angle?
Yeah, basically, if you were to sit down right now and you're going to write an ad for the music industry, for example, how would you decide kind of which direction to come in from, you know, when you're writing your ad? Do you come in as an expert? Do you come in as a user? How do you determine what your angle for the ad or the piece of copy? If you're going to write maybe the homepage for for something that you're doing in the music industry, how would you determine what you're going to say? How are you going to say it? That kind of thing.
I think more important than the angle is first you have to know what your goal is, and that starts with empathy. And usually when you go through this empathic process, if you imagine who your target is and what kind of information they would be looking for, receptive to, then the angles come naturally. Now you might combine that, like if you know of a way to reach them, or you already have an asset, an establishment with a particular advertiser or publisher where they would be expecting a certain kind of information, then that's the angle I'm going to take, because that's probably going to be the information that they're most receptive to. So you want to work with an example?
Yeah, let's do that.
Go ahead and give me a product that you've struggled with.
I'll give you a product that I think everybody struggles with, is basically information. There's so much information out there. I think right now it's very difficult to get your product to stand out. Just as an example, there's got to be thousands and thousands of ebooks and printed books and CDs on affiliate marketing. How would I come out now with an ebook on affiliate marketing and make it stand out?
You know, that's a good question. That's a tough one. Well, let's go through the empathic process.
Sure.
Who is your target? Are you looking to find people who have already been in affiliate marketing for X number of days, or somebody who is new to the process?
I would say we'd be looking at somebody who's tried affiliate marketing and they fall into the category that 97% of affiliate marketers fall into, that they're making less than $157 a month. So they know that there is something there, but they don't know how to get to the next level and actually make it a business.
Okay, all right. So we're going to start with, let's say, I don't want to use the term disillusioned,
but they're disillusioned.
Actually, that's a word that I think is commonly misused. When somebody is disillusioned, it doesn't mean that they have been tricked over. It means that they have been shown the secret behind something that is a trick.
So it's actually a positive.
Right. It's a subtle distinction, but the actual act of disillusionment is a positive. It's about giving them good information about something that was bad before they knew the information.
Okay.
You follow?
Yeah.
Anyway, so we're dealing with a discontent or duped over previously affiliate marketer.
Correct.
And we're trying to get them interested in an ebook that's going to show them how to get into that 3% of people who are making a six-figure income.
Right. That's correct.
Okay. Now, are you looking for people who have already made a full-time commitment, or who are in a part-time situation, or have only made a part-time commitment?
Well, these people would only be part-time. If they're making less than $157 a month. Hopefully, that's not a full-time income.
Probably not.
They're probably dabbling, just kind of trying a lot of different things.
Okay, the dabbler. Now let's go through this. Where do you think the dabbler spends their time?
I think probably too much time surfing around trying to find the latest, hottest, newest, greatest way to market. I'm probably not spending very little or not spending any money at all in marketing, trying to do everything free.
Yeah, I know the feeling there. Okay, so this is somebody who's looking for free resources, and you're going to try to sell them an ebook.
Right.
That could be.
Well, I think it's the kind of person where they're looking around, to try and find a way to get out of making $157 a month and make $15,000 a month. So I think they're in the frame of mind where they would pay something if the information is actually going to help them get from A to B.
Okay. Well, I think we've already stumbled onto a very good idea here.
Okay.
One, you know that you're looking at people who are scouring free resources.
Right.
Okay. So that's probably going to be where you find your prospects. Now, I'm going to go with an advertorial again. What I would make this about is what services can be made free and which ones should be paid for.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yep.
So let's maybe let's refine that headline or that article title a little bit. 5 resources you can always get free, and 3 you should always pay for.
Yeah.
To build your business from scratch. How's that?
Super. Yeah.
All right. And with that title, honestly, if you sit down long enough or do the basic research, put your own effort behind that, the article will just about write itself. I always recommend you go through what Joe Vitale was teaching, 20 years ago when he wrote his first writing manuscript, and that is you do a really brief throwaway draft where you just get all the ideas out immediately without censoring anything.
So you
then
kind of
come back.
Mm-hmm.
Right. And in doing so, it's like a great storyteller. A great storyteller usually becomes great, not the first time he tells a story, but the 100th time. Right. And when you go through that process and you look at the reactions, he doesn't stop telling the story in the middle of each one. You do the whole thing in one pass. Mm-hmm. Then let the feedback ruminate before you go back and do it again, all in one pass. This was also the way that F. Scott Fitzgerald wrote. He was known for writing as many as 17, 25 revisions of a single chapter, and he would just write the whole thing from start to finish.
Wow.
And and it takes a while, but the results will speak for themselves. We're talking about great people who've written great things here, so I trust their method, and I've found that it works for myself as well. Honestly, if I sat down and put 4 hours into that article and did 1 hour on the first pass and 2 hours of second revisions, then probably send it out to some trusted advisors, not friends, but people who share my interest in business success, may know a little bit about affiliate marketing. That's probably not mandatory, but not just somebody that you know because you work with them or because they play poker with you on Saturdays, because they're probably not going to give you the right kind of feedback if they don't understand you and your target. But yeah, I would say with about 4 hours of effort, I would have an article that is ready to be distributed to any of those free article resources. And I mentioned, too, when we did the first part of this call, and I have put them up on my website, as well as a whole bunch of other products, as well as free services that we talked about in the first part of the interview.
Okay.
And that's at advertisingtom.com. And for now, it's on the home page, but if I end up moving this later and someone is still listening to this, I'll at least have it listed under resources.
Okay, super.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. That sounds good. As far as when you're writing the copy, now we're talking about advertorial. Would you use the same basic formula for an advertorial as you would for your homepage, or would you do something different?
Which are you talking about here?
Well, if you have, the point of the advertorial is to get people to buy your ebook on affiliate marketing.
Mm-hmm.
On your homepage of your website, affiliatemarketing.com, for example, on that homepage, would you use that advertorial, or would you write something new for your homepage that describes your ebook?
If the advertorial is universal and really helps describe the product, it may be valuable as your homepage. It's more likely, though, that you would have a specific sales letter on the web page, because that's going to be your not your flycatcher. That's a different term, but it's going to be your landing destination for targeted prospects. You would assume that somebody who is coming to your website has already read a headline and know what kind of information they're going to find out. But especially if the advertorial is relevant enough, or produces enough hits, or is revolutionary in any way, there's no reason that you can't at least have a website dedicated to the content of that article, which feeds into perhaps a more detailed sales letter designed specifically for the product.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
I didn't think that through in advance. So.
And what kind of a formula then would you use when you're writing that sales letter for your homepage?
The sales letter for the homepage, I will usually simply write a personal letter. I try to format it as much like a written letter as possible, simply because it's a format that's instantly personal and is well expected. If you're dealing with a targeted sales page, somebody is coming there for more information about how the product will benefit them before they're willing to give up their money. So I think it's important to make sure that you have at least at some point, a personalized message and answer all of those objections in your sales letter. You can have your buy link even floating in a bubble on the right side if you want to, because some people don't need to read 12 pages. Sometimes people are sold on the first paragraph, and that's fine. If they are, let them buy it from there. But that copy should be a letter which addresses the whole mental process that a client goes through when they're trying to decide whether to buy.
And what is that mental process? How do you figure out what your client or your prospect is thinking?
Mark actually outlined this in his book, The Irresistible Offer. I don't have it in front of me, so I'm going to try to go through it from memory.
And what's the book called?
The Irresistible Offer.
Okay.
You will see every customer wants to know what's in it for me.
Mm-hmm.
How much does it cost? Why should I believe you? And I don't think he says it this way, but this is how I look at it. What do I stand to lose?
Okay.
And those are four general questions. Depending on the product, it'll break down, a lot more specifically. One thing that your sales letter really should address is in the cost, not just how much money it's going to be or how that money is going to be broken up over time, but how much more money, since especially we're addressing marketers and business people here, how much more money this would require in auxiliary purchases, how much money it will save you net over expected purchases, and how much of your time it will take. That's both the time to use the product on a regular basis or the first time, plus the time to learn it. And those are all things, as well as the cost of the product, that I find missing from hundreds of sales pages, because I look at just about everything.
Uh-huh.
As soon as an offer comes to me, I'll at least check it out from a curious copywriter standpoint.
Sure, yeah. So how do you end up developing the excitement in somebody while you're basically giving them the dry information as well?
That's the creative part. That's the art. If you're someone who has never been in touch with your creative side and you don't enjoy that at all, you're not inspired by the by sales or marketing or anything literary for that matter, whether it's creative writing, fiction, science fiction, children's books, really doesn't matter. If you're not somebody who has that as a part of you, then you probably should not be writing sales copy, because that is the art. The art is getting people excited about something. The art is taking the P.T. Barnum approach or taking the Robert Collier approach. These are men who could take an ordinary item and creatively expose the hidden benefits of it. You should be a storyteller. You should be able to explain what your product does for a particular user. Let them feel sympathetically or empathically what those hidden benefits are. If you're talking about something that's going to save them 3 hours, tell them what they can do with those 3 hours. If you're talking about a product that is going to save them or earn them this much money, tell them about what they can do with that money. Because really, money in and of itself is not that exciting. It's pieces of paper or digits on a screen. Those are usually the two ways that we see money. And I'm not particularly fond of paper or of digits on the screen. What does excite me, though, is the idea that I can buy a car with it, I can buy a bigger house with it, I can go out on the town with it, or I can treat my wife and all of that stuff. The more you know about your target audience, the more you will be able to get into that role of exciting those hidden benefits. If I know that I'm addressing, an audience of 100 who are in exotic car clubs, then yeah, I'm going to talk about exotic cars. Yeah, I'm going to talk about driving, probably even driving faster than the speed limit, driving that car that they always dreamed of, driving in the middle of the night and seeing a cop drive the other way and, wave his hand in awe because he just loves the car as much as you do. Those are the kind of things that you need to think about with your audience and find out what it really is. If you're talking about affiliate marketing, what do these people really dream of? Do they dream of sitting around on the telephone, for eight hours a day even? Probably not. Even people who absolutely love selling, who are I know I have a dear friend whom I've known since high school who is an excellent salesman. But I know at any given moment he would rather be having a beer with his friends than sitting on the telephone.
Right, yep.
Okay? Now, people love leisure, and they also love that feeling of success. So you can tell them about how successful they'll feel, how they'll get over these problems that they've had forever. And a lot of that may not even be surprising, and probably isn't, because we're not all that different in our wants. So most marketing that appeals to benefits, which is what I believe most marketing should, is going to talk about a lot of the same things. So you might be saying, well, how is that exciting? It's exciting when it's believable. Now that's the real hard part. The hard part is making it believable. And I have to hand it to my mentor, Mark Joyner, because he asked me that question when I was talking about my email program. He said, flat out, he said, why should I believe you? And I struggled with that for a little while. Even though I'm so gung-ho about this project, and I know that it's worked for me for 3 years. Mm-hmm. Flawlessly. Even though I know that, I could just see the angry customer. And having worked in retail before, I know what the angry customer looks like. And he walks up to you and he says, well, why should I believe you?
Yep.
And you have to answer that. If that is not in your sales letter, and it should be pretty early on, then you need to go back to the drawing board.
And what kind of information can I give somebody to to show them that I am sincere and they can believe me?
Some tried and true methods are offer your own personal experience, offer a guarantee, a warranty, offer emblems of affiliation. If it's backed by the U.S. government, then it's probably pretty good. If it's backed by so-and-so bank who's been around for who knows however many centuries, then it's probably pretty good. If it's just some guy who was able to set up a web page for $8, then they may not believe it. If you can show them your refund policy, tell them exactly how to get a refund if they want it. Give them a double refund if that's what it takes. I think I mentioned one of Gary Halbert's techniques is say, I'll take your check, but I won't cash it for 30 days.
Yeah.
All you have to do is call me and tell me you'll cancel. And, a lot of old-time marketers are really skeptical about that process. Oh, no, the refund rate will be way too high and all that. But it comes down to the algebra. And, yeah, he wrote about that very recently in one of his newsletters. And that also is on my site, the Gary Halbert. Gary Halbert's newsletter. Mm-hmm. Which is an amazing copywriting resource, and it's free, so check that out. What else can you do to make yourself believable? Logic in and of itself is a tremendous believability tool. Explain how your product works. if you have to get down to the nitty-gritty of it, not everyone is going to read that. Some people are going to gloss over it simply because they're not interested in it or it's over their head. But if it might help someone, put it in there. You know, when you're dealing with a web page, you're not paying by the word.
Right. Yep.
So the more information you can offer, the more you have to offer. Really, don't be afraid to explain exactly what you're going to do, and that all ties back into painting the picture. Now, if sometimes it helps to use a metaphor.
Like
if you're talking about, well, let's talk about your affiliate ebook.
Yep.
Now, I already know that you're going to teach me how to make more than $150 a month.
Right. Yep.
Right. Okay. So that's what's in it for me. But how are you going to do that? What are you going to tell me about, Terry?
I would have to go through, I think, the logical process of which programs I would choose, first of all. How, basically, what kind of the process I go through where I actually use a product. If I like the product, then I become a part of the sales team and be an affiliate. Then I'll, like you have mentioned before, I'll write the advertorial. I'll post it to the free advertorial areas, all the easy publishers, that type of thing, as well as I might place some ads in print magazines, and basically kind of use the marketing techniques that I've put together that have worked in the past, and then just basically take my system and explain all that in detail in the book.
Okay, all right.
So that's basically kind of walk you through, do step 1, step 2, step 3 type thing.
Well, that makes sense to me, and that goes back to what I mentioned before about your sales letter also serving as at least the first half of your instruction manual, the part that everyone should read.
Right. Yep.
So I know when I read your book, I'm going to come away with the information of exactly what the first step is to finding a new product, to trying it out risk-free, then to joining the affiliate program, and exactly what steps I need to take to market it properly.
Yeah.
Now, most affiliate programs come with some marketing information. Why can't I just use that?
Because that one is beautiful, because everybody else is using that one, or it uses the information that's there already. So you have no distinction between you and any of the other affiliates that are out there. So I would usually use that information as a basis to write my own information. Plus, a lot of the affiliate managers out there actually have never tested anything that they've done. They've just put stuff together and then let the affiliates test it. So I don't actually trust too much of the marketing that's out there for within the affiliate programs.
Okay, all right. And again, what is different about the materials that I would come up with as a student of your book as compared to the materials that an affiliate manager has already invented for me?
I would say the material that you would put together after reading the book would be more based on, like you had mentioned before as well, on your own experience. How did you find the product? What did you like about the product? How did it work for you? What are the disadvantages? How does the product actually not kind of match the level of quality or what you expected it to do? Every product has little quirks that you won't be satisfied with. So I also bring that information out as well. So I would do almost a review from a very kind of unsales type of review, so that you can actually do a review of the product. It's very unbiased.
Okay. So you're going to teach me. In addition, one of the features of your book is building a true, believable selling review.
Right.
Is that right?
Yep.
Okay. And what kind of guarantee are you offering on this product?
I would say something about, if you haven't increased your affiliate commissions by following the steps in the book, if you haven't increased your commissions by at least 100% within 60 days, then you get a full money back refund.
Okay, that sounds pretty good. So now all you have to do is tell me where to sign up.
So that's basically the process that you go through then, just what we've gone through now. Okay. Now,
remember, we want to paint some pictures in there. Put a visual image of their head of whatever it is we can do with this money at the same time. You probably do want to talk about if this really has worked for you, the way that you say,
Yeah.
Talk about the things that you can afford for your children that you weren't able to before, the freedom that you have now that you didn't before.
Right. Instead of saying that you can, you'll double your income from $150 a month to $300 a month, you can now have, or whatever, if you make from $150 to $1,500 a month, for example, that's more realistic. Then, then instead of saying so much on the money side, say more that you can make an extra house payment, that kind of thing. Okay. Well, that's fair. Now, as far as that would take care of doing a sales letter for your website. What if you were doing a direct mail piece? You're going to actually write a letter. Would you use the same information or present it the same way as you do on your website?
For the most part, yes. Your sales letter, when you mail it out, is probably going to be a little more concise. You may either I'm trying to think here. If we're still talking about your product and you are doing a direct mailing,
yep,
then it's perfectly fine to direct them to your website where
yep.
you could have more information. Because when you're doing the direct mailing, you're gonna pay per piece of paper that you put in there.
Exactly.
You probably would want to do something tasteful, professional, but eye-catching, also as an insert, whether it's a brochure or something with a photograph of real people that evokes happiness. But a simple short letter is what they're actually going to read. I really don't believe in reinventing the wheel. So make it a to and from, and use a courier font. All the stuff that Ted Nicholas has always talked about. I mean, his tactics still make millionaires every day. So.
And what kind of stuff does he talk about?
Using black ink on white paper, or I think he also says a very light yellow. Most borders are distracting. Always use a PS. Sign the signature. I believe it's blue ink. I've never spent a whole lot of time in direct mailing, so I don't have a lot of personal experience there. I just know from everything that I've read, and I always take that information, try to apply it to the web.
Right. Okay.
But,
so what,
honestly, yeah, just stick with what the experts say. I wouldn't pretend to be an expert on direct mail,
okay,
in particular.
So what about then, like you mentioned, for direct mail, you would use short copy and basically send them to the website. When they get to the website, what do you use there? Is it short copy or is it long copy?
your website's probably going to be long copy, unless your product is really that simple.
Okay. So what would long copy be then? Are we looking at 10 pages, 20 pages?
Even 3 printed pages, I would still consider long copy.
Oh, okay.
At 3 printed pages, you're probably going to be, sitting there looking at the screen for, I don't know, maybe 6-7 minutes to read that.
Okay. Yep.
At an average reading rate, and that's a fair amount of time invested in internet terms.
Yeah, exactly. That's a lifetime.
Right. I'll bet most people listening to this call would be happy to get their prospects to look at their page for 30 seconds.
Yeah, exactly. So what do you do then? You've got your prospect there for a very limited time. How do you get them from the headline to take action and click that order button as quickly as possible?
Well, you do need to repeatedly ask them to take action. Don't ever leave it to their imagination. Don't let them try to figure it out for themselves. Just tell them exactly what they need to do to get these benefits you keep talking about. So, every 2 or 3 paragraphs, put in a direct action statement. Order now, or click here, or put your name in the box to sign up for it.
Okay. Now, as far as
don't ever forget that. You absolutely need a call to action.
And before the end of the actual sales letter, how many times would you ask for the sale? Is it kind of, if you ask for it too much, does it not look like you're a bit needy?
Yeah, it does. So sometimes those can actually be, a copy connector. Since everything that you're talking about is probably going to have to do with actually buying the product, you can use that in a sort of a foo-foo sentence.
A what?
A foo-foo.
What's that? It's
made up. It's fluffed up.
Okay.
It's something that your English teacher would probably scoff at.
Okay.
So, if you have 2 benefits or 2 things that you want to talk about, and they don't really flow together, and they don't really flow with anything particularly well in the copy, you can use what's called a copy connector, and that's a phrase which helps bridge those strange gaps. If at first you're telling a story about, one of your clients who, read the book 2 months ago, and, now he's making $2,000 in India. Mm-hmm. And then in the next statement, or the next paragraph, you're talking about something that's seemingly unrelated, like, I don't know, what else? What would be a tough jump from there? What else are you talking about in this copy?
A jump from the client making $2,000 a month in India. Mm-hmm. Another subject that you that would be difficult to jump to from there would be the actual technical aspects of writing the advertorial.
Mm-hmm.
So trying to jump from there to the next one, that might be difficult.
Okay. So at the end of the story about the guy in India, mm-hmm. you're going to say, and all of this was possible simply because he took the leap and ordered the book. And with ordered, you're probably going to make that a clickable link, and that will either lead to your catch page, or it could just be an HTML anchor that takes them to the bottom of the page where the sign-up form is. Okay. So it's a live action, because when you make something bold like that, or italicize or underline, you're separating that phrase in the reader's mind This is a hypnotic method, which is often abused or used inappropriately. But if you take an actual command that flows within the sentence, this was all made possible because he took the leap to order the product. And then you have that order the product is in big blue letters with an underline under it, and you know that means to click. Your mind sees that separately. It says order the product. Okay? It's a way of embedding the command. That's very, very much a Joe Vitale tactic.
Okay. Yeah.
And we're trying to link that to your technical. What was this technical description again?
Basically, the formula for writing an advertorial.
Formula for writing an advertorial. Okay. And how does that start? Where does that paragraph start?
As far as like a first sentence, you mean?
Yeah, the first sentence.
It could be something like when you're writing your first advertorial, you need to consider 5 key aspects.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So we're gonna reverse that a little bit, and we're gonna start the paragraph and once you order the product, you will learn these 5 steps for starting your advertorial.
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now you can separate that with white space and indent it, so it looks like it's another paragraph. But those 2 phrases will obviously flow because it's the same words, and so your call to action, you're asking for the sale, is repeated. It's at the end of the one paragraph and at the beginning of the next, so you have a recency and a primacy effect going on there. And they're logically tying together 2 things which are probably as far apart as possible within the scope of your sales copy. Does that make sense?
Yep. Yep. So that's your foo-foo sentence.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I gotcha.
That's the way to foo-foo the sentence and build that into there and use that to connect copy rather than adding another thing that seems disjointed.
Okay. Right. Well, I'd like to just kind of switch gears, still within copywriting, Tom.
Okay.
This is actually a question that came out from my list. There's a lot of people actually are interested in getting into the copywriting business, but really don't know where to start. How would you go about breaking into the copywriting industry? I mean, yourself, for example. I mean, you are a very good copywriter. If you're going to go out and basically market your skills, where do you go? Like, within what industry? Within, who do you talk to within the industry?
I'll tell you, Terry. I've never looked at myself as a career copywriter. It is a skill that I've picked up that I found incredibly valuable, both to myself and in my personal business ventures, and in my career, as I talked about in the beginning. In terms of finding new work, but it's never something that I've seriously thought of as a career in and of itself. So in putting this question into scope, it's how do you take the first step in a new career? That's the way I really see this question. And one is you should teach yourself, immerse yourself in the knowledge. I'm certain that you are nearby a library that has some information on copywriting. Go ahead and read it. Pick up one of the masters. Some of this stuff is in the public domain. You can probably do a Google PDF search and come across something. I probably bought these books before I even knew about that tactic. But don't be afraid to take the plunge and learn things. It's like that old adage of pay yourself first and you'll get rich. When it comes to your time, always continually make that time to invest in your own intelligence, your own education, because it takes both an investment of time and energy, and sometimes money. So as I'm educating myself, I'm also going to take real-world action steps towards it. If I really have nothing of value to offer that's believable, if there's absolutely no track record, I've never written copy before, or I've never written copy that's actually survived, then I'm probably going to have to go out and do one of those two things that I talked about before. It's either I'm going to ask for a job somewhere, or I'm going to ask someone for information that I can republish. Those are the two avenues that I see as universal. You may be able to expose other avenues in your searches, but those aren't always going to work out. I'm not saying don't look for them, but I wouldn't expect them to be there for everyone at every moment in their lives, the way that internships and interviews will be.
Right.
So let's talk about. I want to talk about the concept of the internship. Some of your listeners might be a little put off by that term. Because it sounds like you're working to be underpaid, or you're working for no pay.
Mm-hmm.
I've been seeing so much coming through the pipeline. And by the pipeline, I mean all the lists that I've subscribed to, about this and that mentoring program, $2,500, $5,000 mentoring programs. I really am not a big fan of that. I think it's a fad and a trend, and I don't know if you've been a part of that at all, Terry, and I'm sorry if you have, but I don't buy into most of it. And a big part of that is because I think mentoring is it's about 99% student and about 1% mentor.
Mm-hmm.
If you take the effort and energy and the right mindset and put that into studying someone from afar, it's probably going to be of more value to you, and you'll learn more and do more with that information than somebody who paid $5,000 because they thought that so-and-so marketing expert could drive the information into their skull.
Yep.
But if your mindset is there that you're going to drop $5,000, why not just read the articles that they've written, spend $200 buying the books that they've written, and put away the other $4,500. Sorry about the math there, but you get what I'm getting at.
Yep.
Take that money and put it into even a money market fund for the time that you're figuring out how you're going to make start your business with it.
Uh-huh.
I'm not saying that successful people in the field that you're looking at can't help you. Of course they can. I know that from personal experience too. But I was at a company, ASOP Marketing, with 35 other employees, many of whom probably had more interaction on a daily basis with Mark Joyner than I did.
Mm-hmm.
Now, of all of those people who worked at ASOP Marketing, I think the only one who's ever really ventured out into anything in this field or employed any of the skills that Mark taught and that we all sold as a company was Maria. I think her last name was Belosa, but I'm not sure. I don't think I don't think we ever overlapped, because I think that she left a lot earlier than I got there, or right around the time that I got there.
Yeah.
But she certainly made a name for herself. But there were brilliant people around me. There really were.
Uh-huh.
But nobody looked at Mark Joyner and said, well, you know what, I want to learn from it. Nobody did that. If you read Rich Dad, Poor Dad,
Yeah.
you know, that's why they managed to be successful, both, I can't even remember the author's name right now. That's
Robert Kiyosaki.
Yes, Kiyosaki.
Yeah.
And Mike, both of them.
Yeah.
They took it upon themselves. They set the intention, we're going to learn how to make money.
Yeah.
And that's why that experience was so much more valuable to them than anybody in his organization who just had jobs there. The intention is what guided them to that success. It's what guided them to pull that information out of him.
So if you had a choice, then you would find someone who you feel is really kind of an expert in their field, and then offer to work with them, even if it's for peanuts, as opposed to buying their time as a mentor.
I'm not saying you should never buy their time as a mentor. In a way, you're doing the same thing. I just think in most cases it's not necessary. Also, like in Rich Dad, Poor Dad, when he talks about investments, a $5,000 mentoring package is a pre-packaged investment. It's something that already has the profitability taken out of it.
Yeah.
When you set out and create your own opportunity, when I wrote a letter to my hero and asked for an internship, I was not filling a position, I was creating a position.
Yeah.
And by doing that, I have put myself in a position of control, you know, and I think our relationship, and it's only been a couple of weeks, and I've learned more. I can't verify this, but I think I've already learned more about producing and engineering than a lot of people who would just simply take a job or take a course would in a year.
Wow.
And it has to do with the mindset. It has to do with the intention. It has to do with focusing your energy, understanding what your goals are, what your long-term and short-term goals are. I know exactly where I'm headed, and I know what skills I have to offer now to the people who are important that will be of value to them, so that I can get the information and the skills that I need to get where I'm going.
Excellent.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. If we go back to kind of the internet marketing side of things.
Okay, all right.
From the aspect of email marketing and list building, which is extremely important for anybody building a business online, how would I build a responsive list fast?
Offer something miraculous.
Okay, like what?
That's the hard part.
Let's use the ebook, for example, the affiliate marketing ebook. How am I going to build a list of people who they've read the sales letter, but they're not in the right position or time in their life to buy the book right now, but they would be interested in more information on affiliate marketing? That basically, if I was going to write a newsletter or something. But how would I build that list of people that I could send my newsletter to, who would maybe in the future be interested in the book? Or, I mean, right from the beginning, starting now, I have no list and very little contacts. How would I go about going from point A, where I am now, to point B, where I have a decent size list? Maybe I start, only 1,000 people, but at least somewhere to start. How would I be able to develop that list and have it be a responsive list, not just people that don't ever buy anything?
when you get into list building, you're really, usually you're talking about another product creation. Now,
the list being the product, you mean, or
whatever the benefit of the list is? Yes.
Okay.
A common way to do it, especially if you're looking to market an ebook, is you have them sign up for your autoresponder and they get a chapter, 1 through 5 over the course of 10 days. And that's something that then can be given out free, and you send them similar information later, whether it's just articles that you've gathered off of free article sites, or that you write yourself in the future, or updates to the book. Especially if you're talking about affiliate marketing, of course you're going to be feeding them new affiliate opportunities on a regular basis. So I would imagine that is going to be the hard part. The hard part for you in building an affiliate marketing targeted list is trying to differentiate yourself
from all the other affiliate products.
Right,
yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Well, what's your opinion on, for example, if you and I did an interview on affiliate marketing, and then maybe it's just a simple half-hour interview where we discuss, the logical sequence that you would go through to become an affiliate and to actually make money being an affiliate. We do about a half an hour interview, and then we use that as basically the giveaway or the incentive to get people to sign up for that list. So, listen to Tom and Terry talk about, the weird and wonderful ways that they use affiliate marketing to develop a six-figure income. What's your opinion on getting people to sign up, to get that, basically just giving away a freebie?
I think it's now the classic approach to any kind of internet marketing venture, especially where you're ultimately selling information, is you give away information beforehand, whether it's a live teleconference, or it's a free report, or the autoresponder chapters, or it's an audio download. You're going to give them some information. It's easy to create an info product.
Mm-hmm.
We know that. And it's pretty easy to give one away. And it's pretty easy to build traffic giving one away. I think the big secrets there is, like, if we're doing the audio interview, mm-hmm. and we're going to offer that as a free bonus or the incentive for signing up for the list. The hard part is building those mental triggers that will get somebody to where they have to hear the audio to answer the questions that you put in their mind. And that's where you go back through and you just listen to the audio the whole way through, or if it's on paper or on the screen, you sit there with a notepad and you take notes on the most specific information that is talked about. And then you look at each of those notes and you either tally them up and find out how many there are, or you cross out one word and turn it into a fill in the blank. And that's the information that you need to put into your marketing for the freebie, is, learn the 6 ways that Tom and Terry come up with to write effective copy in 4 hours or less. Okay?
Yep.
Because we did mention 4 hours. It was probably six tactics or whatever. Mm-hmm. And we did talk about it, so put our names in there. And when you hear that, your mind has to think, well, I wonder what those 6 things are.
Right.
I can think I can probably think of 4, but there might be 2 more that I haven't heard before.
Yeah.
And it's free, so why not?
But by doing that, do you not develop just a list of freebie seekers?
Yes, yeah, you would. I mean, but isn't that everybody? Is there somebody out there who's not interested in something free? If you were to go out and go, I don't know, Jay Abraham's master list and say, I'm going to strike out anyone who's interested in freebies from this list, how many would you have left at the end of the list?
Right. Okay, I gotcha. So it's giving away a freebie up front isn't necessarily going to set up your list as a bunch of freebie seekers who never buy anything, that all they're looking for is freebies.
How much does a subscriber cost you? If you have a confirmed subscription and your unsubscribe works, it doesn't cost you anything.
No.
That's another reason that I actually, in general, I prefer having having your freebie not audio, because then 1, you're paying for bandwidth, and 2, you're less likely to get passed along from it.
Okay.
If it's something that's emailed directly in the autoresponder, then it's easy for them to forward to their friends. Or if it's just a 10-page white paper and a PDF, they can attach that to an email, or they can even print it out, and somebody else in the office might read it. Using audio as your freebie, it depends on how much you're already investing in your server and what kind of rates you have for bandwidth. How targeted the people you're sending to your freebie page. But if all you're doing is emailing basic written word, then I would never ever worry about how many free people are on there. It really doesn't matter.
Okay. So how then would I maximize the response from that list? Now they've got a free PDF report, free audio, whatever. How do I basically get them more into a buying frame of mind so that they don't feel that everything they're going to get from me is free?
I think it comes down to building a consistent rapport. They should know about how often you would send out something that's small but free, and how often you're going to send them something that is a sponsored offer. Okay. It's going to cost them money, but it's also going to be of value. I don't recommend that as soon as there's a new product out, then you stop sending free articles, or you stop sending, anything free. Especially, if you have a new product, you're probably going to be sending something free with it. But I've seen it plenty of times where all of a sudden there's a list that used to be going, once every 14 days, and now I just got 4 emails in a row for the same product over and over without really any new information to it. And that's usually about the point when I unsubscribe, because I'm not saying that repeated marketing messages don't work or can't convince you, but I think it should be, when you're dealing with an email list, it should be a fresh approach, at least, in every email. It only takes a few words. It could be, I'm sending this information again because it might not have reached all of my subscribers. There's a computer error. That's a lie that works.
Right.
I know, we've used it before.
Yeah.
There is actually probably one of the most effective ones is the follow-up testimonial. If you launch a product to your list and you get that one person who signs up right away, call them on the phone and just tell them, you know what, I want to hear exactly what it does for you, and I'll refund it for you, or maybe you start with beta testers, but send actual results from people on your list, even if it's not your product. You know, if you didn't create the product, that's fine, but as long as you can get that information, which you should if you're dealing with a reasonable affiliate, you should at least have their email address to show how that they purchased from you, or through your link. Contact them, tell them, I want to hear exactly what it did for you. Then you can send a follow-up email, whether it's a week later, and say, you know what, I just wanted to tell you about, John Smith, who acted on this and bought the ebook right away. He is a business professional subscriber just like you, and here are his results.
Okay.
And that's a way to follow up. Even take that success story and ask him, of all the emails, which one convinced you most, or which one did you find most valuable, and say, this was the email that did it, or that was most valuable to him, and then reprint that one and send it out. It only takes a paragraph introduction to make the same information new.
Right. Okay. So you could just basically change the first paragraph and leave everything else the same.
Yeah, because most of it is the same.
Right.
How much is different about an angle? An angle really isn't that much.
Right. That's true. So what about the technical side of it? How do you manage all this? Basically capturing people's information, their name and their email address, and then going about sending out the actual email that you're going to send to them. What kind of software have you used in the past that worked well for that?
I'm sure most of those questions are probably about the ASOP days. Almost everything that we used was either built from scratch within the company or was heavily modified within the company.
What about you now on your in your personal business now? What software?
Tell you the truth, right now I'm in the process of switching, so I can't offer any results right now, simply because the software that I've been using hasn't really been as reliable as I would like.
Okay. What are you using now?
It's called Mail List. It's a PHP mailing list program, and I originally started with that because I was on a server that didn't even have MySQL, and so I had to do everything using a text file. But I've since upgraded, and I have MySQL databases, so now I can use that and use the one that I'm trying. I think is called PHP List, which is a pretty popular open source mailing list organizer.
Okay.
Management software. It's fairly simple to set up, but I'm still in the process of making that transition. So.
Okay. What about on your? We're talking a little bit more on your personal side. How do you quickly get through all the clutter? I mean, you said you were mentioning that you read a lot of your email and you visit a lot of websites. But how do you decide? I mean, you're probably like everybody else. You get about 100 or 200 emails a day. How do you decide what clutter you can sift through and what you should actually be spending your time with?
Now it really comes down to the Simpleology daily target practice. At the beginning of the day, when I go through the 15-minute process and decide what absolutely needs to be done that day, usually checking email is not on there. So it's something that's done after all the important stuff is done. for me, because I love marketing and I love selling and I love copywriting, it's almost leisure time for me. Not to say that I wouldn't like to watch a movie instead, but I appreciate reading a lot of these emails. So it's okay for me to spend, even an hour reading email in my more flexible time. I don't know. It's just I'm just quick about it. I let things catch my eye. I always keep an eye on my wallet. I keep track of all my personal expenses, and that helps keep me from buying anything that I don't need to.
Okay. We're then, from a business angle, like you were saying, you sit down and decide what you need to do basically take 15 minutes of the day at the first of the day and decide what needs to be done. How do you prioritize that as far as what is it that has to be done first, second, third? What can kind of take a back seat?
This is all straight from Simpleology. So this is
okay.
This is Mark Joyner, and a lot of it's common sense, but you have to actually do it. The first thing you do is, get your materials together and clear your mind a little bit. Sit down, you do your brain dump. That's where you take a piece of paper and you write down everything you think you might need to do. You copy over a couple things that maybe didn't get finished the previous day. So you have that list and you just get everything out. And that only takes maybe 2 minutes, 3 minutes. Then you go back through that and, I think I have to see the steps in front of me, but and you look at what you've written down for your major targets, your long-term targets, your short-term targets. Keep those in mind as you go back through the list and move anything on there that can be done later, is not essential. And when you put your targets in mind, it makes that process really, really simple. The hard part is figuring out what you want in the end, and then use backwards planning to figure out what steps are necessary before you get there. Once you have that's the hard part. Once you have that will guide all the little details for you. It really is simple. I remember the day that I was sitting there and I wrote probably 25 things that I wanted to do in one day, and one of them was, contact hero about mentoring.
Uh-huh.
And, the process, I don't know, maybe took me a half an hour, but I realized that was something that was probably going to be a really, really big step towards my major goal. So it stayed on the list, and you know what? I did it that day, and I didn't check my email in between. And then once I sent that email off and did that, I didn't worry about it. I was fine because I still had plenty of things that I could do that would help me get towards my goal later on. I probably, after that process of 25 things that I brain dumped that day, I probably had 12 that were really essential. Other things were things that might be nice to do, or that I wanted to do, or would make things look cleaner, or make my directories nicer on my PC. I don't know.
Okay.
We all go through those phases of things that seem like they'd be important, but they really don't actually get you anywhere.
Right. Yeah.
So when you put it all in perspective using the daily target practice, it writes itself. It really does. And you have to go through that training session that Mark's put together to understand it all.
Okay.
But it's simple. It really is. It's the art of not making things any more complicated than they need to be.
Right. Really prioritizing your day.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's talk about your email system. You have a spam-free email system that you have just recently developed.
Yes. Well, no, I developed it 3 years ago by accident.
Okay. But you've just recently now put it together so that the rest of us can benefit from it as well.
Right. Since starting Simpleology, I realized that it would be beneficial both to me and to the rest of the world to put this into writing and teach people how to do this. I know for a lot of the internet marketers out there, it might be kind of surprising that I didn't create a product for this. I didn't sit down and pay a developer to code this and that. And I wrote a book. It's a short ebook or a special report that you'll get mailed to you. But it's not really a business. It's more of a nonprofit. It's a revolution. It's a new angle on email. Everything that I've ever seen that has to do with no, I'll take that back. Most of the solutions out there for spam are either server-based content filters, IP block addresses, or are user-based content filters. Now, what that means is either a server is reading your mail for you, looking at what's in the email, and based on that determining whether it is unsolicited commercial email, or a filter on your computer which you have trained or set up is determining whether your email is unsolicited commercial email. Or you have an IP block list which says all mail from this domain probably contains unsolicited commercial email. Having worked at a major newsletter distributor, by this I'm talking about ASOP Marketing, and having been their abuse manager, I know how damaging and how what's the word? Barbarian the block list method can be. Mm-hmm. Did you know that in America, many of the block lists simply block whole portions of the world?
So anything coming from a specific country would be blocked?
Yeah, anything coming from China is blocked, anything coming from Russia is blocked, anything coming from India is blocked. If you look at India and China, do you know that that's, what, a third of the world's population?
Yeah.
Now, if you're running a business where you're supposed to be marketing information that is worldly, we're not talking about the United States Wide Web. You're talking about the World Wide Web, yeah. and you're going to have some unknown programmers with their own agendas are determining whether mail from a certain country is reaching you and may inadvertently block out 1/3 of the population of the world. That seems so fundamentally wrong to me.
Yeah.
Now, they are effective at what they do. They prevent a lot of spam from reaching inboxes. That's true. But the method that they use is imperfect. Now, a content filter, I think, is even more backwards. It really is backwards. Because, yes, you may be able to use a content filter to determine whether an email is commercial or not. Okay? Now, the term for spam is unsolicited commercial email. We know it's email. There's no doubt about that. Mm-hmm. We can pretty much tell if it's commercial.
Right.
But how in the world can a filter ever know if something that's being sent to it is solicited or not?
Right.
There is no way that a content filter can ever know verifiably whether you solicited something or not. Okay?
Yep.
Now, I may have filters on my computer that automatically filter out all mortgage-related email. And for 99% of the people in the world, that's great. That's fine. Until the day that you actually want a mortgage. You know?
Yeah.
Most of the things that are being offered are products, and most products apply to some person at some point in their life.
Yeah.
So it really does not make sense to me that you would filter based on content. And that they've only done that because there really hasn't been another way.
Yeah.
Now, another solution that gets a little closer, and where I borrowed the idea a little bit, is a service called, and there's a couple other different versions of this, but there's a service called Spam Hotel, and they allow you to use disposable addresses. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
And so the process goes like this. I want to sign up for this free lottery giveaway, but I'm pretty sure that if I sign up for it, they're going to take my address and sell it to, whoever out there, and all of a sudden my information is being recycled, all right?
Yeah.
So instead you go to Spam Hotel, you put in your username and your password, and you set up a new address, and it gives you this bluggity-blook address that looks like, AGQRCT43218 at spamhotel.com. And you use that to sign up, okay? And that's all fine and dandy. Then as soon as you start receiving spam at that address, you go back and you log into the site and you turn it off, okay? Now, no matter who they sell that gobbledygook at Spam Hotel address to, it's never going to reach you, right?
Right, okay. Yeah.
But you're still going to receive all the rest of your mail, right?
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty good. That really is pretty good. But it still doesn't help you in the event that the address that you have actually does get compromised. There's many ways that address could be compromised other than just giving your address out to the wrong person at the wrong time. There are viruses, there are forums and news groups where you post where either you don't know about it and the information is public, or simply you post to it and you think it's safe, but it's really not. And the problem is, once your information is out there, your root email address, once that is compromised, there isn't anything else that you can do to perfectly eliminate spam. Okay? And so what I developed is a way to firewall your email. Now, you've heard of the concept of a firewall for your, home or office network, or for your PC now. I mean, it's built into Windows. It says, I'm going to set up this digital proxy where you can, send as many bombs to it as you want, and you'll hit the shack on the outside, but it's never going to reach the house where I actually live. Okay, because there's that big pile of bricks in between, and that's exactly what my method does. And it's a little involved. I will say that it's a little involved. You really need to read the whole thing the whole way through to understand how it all fits together. I'll try to hint at it a little bit more for you, though.
Yeah, if you can just kind of, how involved is it? Is it something I need to be a programmer to do, or?
Oh, no. You don't need to be a programmer for it.
Okay.
But you're going to use disposable addresses. Mm-hmm. Okay, because that method really is great. Now, there's two ways that you can set up disposable addresses, and one of them is free for everybody, and this is a recent development. The other one is the one that I've been using for years, and yes, you do have to pay a little bit for it, but you're not paying me for it, okay? And it's a completely commoditized method, right? When something is commoditized, that means it makes it pretty easy to find the best price based on the actual cost of the resource. The way that I use is owning a domain. Okay? You have to own your own domain and set up hosting with somebody who both allows a catch-all address and unlimited forwarding addresses. Now, those are two services that you may see sometimes, but you usually won't see together on the same hosting provider at a reasonable rate. So I've done some of the research for you, because I've been through some of the ones who gouge you, and I've met with all of that torment, and I finally found some providers who can offer that at a decent rate. Now, once you do that, you can set up any email address that you want. Okay, I'm pretty simple. When I go to Amazon.com, I can set up Amazon.com at savemyemail.org. All right. And the great thing is I don't have to log in anywhere to set that up. I just type it and it's there, and it works automatically. Okay? Because I have my catch-all address set to send mail to my POP address. Now, here's the other thing. You don't want your POP address to be the email that you actually download. You don't want that to ever be publicized. Okay? So it's not going to appear on your from. It's not going to ever be published. You're never going to have to give it out to anyone. Okay? It's perfectly private to you. It's transparent to the outside world. Okay? It's the one that you are going to protect. You'll probably pick an address that you'll work from. All right? So I might use, Tom Olson at savemyemail.org. Okay? But you can't be married to that address.
Okay.
You follow what I'm saying?
Yeah.
All right. And because, like I said, there's always the chance that somebody's going to, come along, and there's going to be a virus that, sends 100 emails from my address, and all of a sudden, I'm listed among a list of spam addresses, and suddenly that information is being recycled. So now there's Tom Olson at savemyemail.org all over the place. Okay.
Yeah.
Once an address is compromised, there really isn't anything else that you can do about it. Okay. Other than to turn off the mail coming to there.
Okay.
All right. Now, I've been on the internet since '96, I think, and 9 years, and I've probably had to change my email address maybe 4 times. I'm talking about my personal email address, the one that I use for friends and for signing up for all kinds of freebies and giveaways and services, and that I have my PayPal and my eBay and my Amazon with. I probably changed that 4 times. The last time was was 3 years ago when I started figuring this out, and since then I have not had my personal address compromised. And I'll tell you in the ebook all the methods that I've used to help keep that private as well, because it's good information to know. But if for some reason my primary personal address were compromised today, it would be a breeze for me to change. All I have to do is send 1 email to my friends and never worry about it again. Okay? And I'll tell you exactly why when you read the book that I've written. But I want to get back to the disposable addresses. Okay. So I go to sign up for this service. It's shadygiveaway.com. Okay. Yeah. And it says we're going to give you a big screen TV if you sign up for our service for our free newsletter. Okay. Okay, great. I want the big screen TV. So I type in Shady Giveaway at savemyemail.org. All right? Now, what do you know? 3 days later, I'm getting spam. All right.
Yeah.
It takes me about 30 seconds to go in and remove that address and set that address to forward to the trash.
Okay.
All right. Now, that's a whole lot better than never knowing where who sold my address, how to get off of it,
right.
Having to go back through all my services, my bank, and who knows who else I've signed up with over the years, and change all my addresses, go into all of their login screens. That would probably take me, maybe a day and a half just to figure all of those out right now.
Yeah.
So I've cut that process down to 30 seconds. Now, I can tell you, I know exactly how many providers I've signed up with that have compromised my email address.
Wow.
3 years. And I know them all by name.
And how many would that be in 3 years?
37.
Wow.
37 addresses that I've set up that have been sold to spam lists, or have just emailed me to the point where it was faster to do it my 30-second way than it is to go through their unsubscribe process.
Wow. So are you setting up a throwaway email address for every single offer you sign up for, or do you do one throwaway email address and then sign up for several offers using that email address?
I set up a different throwaway address for each offer that I sign up for.
Okay.
As long as, and I usually just do it by the domain name, because whoever's collecting the information, I would hold responsible for it.
Right.
So I may end up using if there's an offer from MrFire.com,
mm-hmm.
and even though I've already signed up there before, I can use that same address again. I can put MrFire.com. But most of the time, if it's a different domain, I'm putting in a different address. The other great thing about that method is you don't have to be at the computer to set one up. Okay? I've been in those situations where I'm, out on the town or, out somewhere, and there's a form to fill out to get something, and they ask you for your email address. You're not going to have the opportunity to go to any of these trash mail or disposable address sites and set up an address there. Okay. Because you don't have a computer in front of you. You need to fill out the form right away.
Uh-huh.
And so you just write it. And it's so simple. I can't imagine how different my life would be if I actually saw all the spam that I know is sent to me. And I know it's sent to me because, just out of curiosity, and because I figured I'd be doing something like this eventually, I don't have it set to delete everything. I just have it forwarded to a separate account, and I can look through it. And I actually got 128 spam messages yesterday. I get roughly one like every 15 or 30 minutes or something. It's ridiculous. And there's no way that a content filter could know that.
Sure.
I can't stand the thought of a false positive. It bothers me when I used to use these free email providers, and you can't even turn off the spam filter. It doesn't fool you automatically. It's like, I don't have control of my email. Who is this doing this for me? I'd have friends who would send me something, and because it was about marketing, or it was about this or that, or it was a forwarded message with a particular title, then it either never reached me, or it went to my junk mail folder, where if I didn't read it in 7 days, it was going to be deleted for me.
Right.
What kind of a service is that? And I love email. I really do. I absolutely love that I can keep in touch with people and put put information down when I'm at my computer so effortlessly, and it's so quick and it's free. But I couldn't stand that this, how many spammers are there in the world? Like actual spammers?
Yeah.
I don't know. There's probably only maybe, something like 1,000 people who actually do this on a regular basis.
Yeah.
And that they can take this amazing method of communication and just ruin it. It really, it gets me on a personal level. I feel like I'm a crusader for this communication method.
Yeah.
And that's why I decided to take this information and make it free and encourage people to distribute it. And I'm not looking to profit from this. I want 1 million people out there to start using this method and laugh when they see that they don't get any spam anymore, but they never have to worry about any false positives.
So where do we go to get this ebook?
It's savemyemail.org.
Okay.
And depending on when you're listening to this, the sales copy and all that, might still be under construction, or it might be changing things. But the information is available right now, and that's what's really key. Is you need to know how to do this, and you need to know exactly what the dangers are. There's 5 ways that spammers get a hold of your address, and you need to know what they all are before you waste your own time by doing something that's unnecessary.
Okay.
All right, and it's full of free resources. I'm a freebie seeker at heart, so I've loaded it with all the free services and told you exactly how to use them to your advantage. And I really hope that people like it and appreciate it and find value in it, because I certainly have, and I really believe that this can be a revolution.
That sounds like definitely a big time saver.
Yes. And I tell you in the book exactly how you can get the same results for free. I love having my own domain names. It's fabulous for me. But there is a free provider who will also allow you to have a comparable service that works the way that I explain it for free.
Okay. Excellent.
And that's the great thing. And then you don't have to install any software on your own computer. You don't have to use a particular server. There's nothing that could prevent anyone who has their own domain name from setting this up on their own too. There's a million ways to take advantage of this method, and I've tried to distill the information down to the resources that I know will work for anyone who's interested. But it's an open project, and I'm willing to hear people's ideas and work with you if you're interested, and do whatever it takes to get those 1,000 people just crying. I want to make them cry, and I want to make you laugh. That's about the simplest I can put it. And I'll do that for free.
And for free. Well, Tom, let's just wrap it up with your predictions. Where do you see the internet marketing industry going within the next 5 years, 5 to 10 years?
The internet marketing industry in the next 5 years. I really don't think marketing itself has changed that much. There are trends. I don't even really remember off the top of my head what trends there were a year and a half ago when I was reading email. I could probably go back through it and say, oh, you know what? Yeah, this is when Corey Rudel and everybody and Frank Kern were all doing the same thing.
Yeah.
It's still going to come down to selling the information on how to market, and
that really isn't going to change. We'll probably, rehash ideas. Either, it'll be, everybody needs public domain, or everybody needs, this kind of website, or there's probably going to be a big push for integrated website characters, that when you go there, they're going to explain the website and the product to you, and it's going to be more personal, and or virtual reality selling. That's great. It sounds like fun. It might be a more creative approach to internet marketing, but I really believe whatever is the most efficient way to get your information into somebody's head is the one that will win out, and the one that I would like to be using. So I still think, for the most part, the written word is the most efficient way to get information out to people using the internet the way it is right now. I really don't understand why everybody wants to spend more bandwidth, which is more money, trying to build words into something that's bigger than a word. And a picture is worth 1,000 words, but sometimes 1,000 words is more easily distributed than that picture. Follow what I'm saying?
I got you.
So, there are some other predictions, though. I like to think of myself as a armchair futurist.
Uh-huh.
When it comes to the internet, what you're talking about, the real advantage, or the two advantages of the internet are, it allows people to align themselves without geographic, or for the most part, class boundaries. Language has still been a barrier. It seems that English is sort of dominating. That's not something I'm proud of, but it seems to be happening that way. But communities who align themselves based on valuable information and similar interests will always be an important part of the internet. The other thing is, on a global scale, it's automation. It's the next phase of robots. When we first had the assembly line was replaced by the robotic assembly line, and instead of people, screwing nuts to bolts, they were fixing the machines that screw nuts to bolts. It made people really worried, and it still makes a lot of people really worried because people are afraid of change. But the more that our society is roboticized, the more we have the opportunity to do other things with our time, energy, and effort. The funny thing is, when you look at what kind of tasks are roboticized, it's not the things that people love to do.
No.
Like, you don't see people going out there and building robots to sunbathe in Tahiti.
Right, yeah, exactly.
I've never seen that, and I doubt that I will in my lifetime. They may build robots to help serve you hamburgers, and that's fine. I'm cool with that.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are plenty of other things that people can be doing, but you have to be creative. So we're going to see a real big push for a new take, a niche take on a classic service. I know everybody says niche, and it's one of those things that looks like a fad at first, but it's not going away. The niche is what's important. The niche really is what's important. But what's important about the niche is finding new efficiencies through it.
And which niche are we talking about?
Any niche. What would make a niche valuable to you as a marketer is that something about the way that those people use a product or do business would make it more efficient for you to tailor your business to them.
Okay. Yeah.
You know, whether it's in the marketing process, like it's the example that we talked about with the health patches. It's more efficient to give somebody information that's relevant to the topic that they're interested in. You know.
Yeah.
So then it makes sense to develop a niche that markets to a particular group of people, that gives them the information that pertains directly to them without having to make their brain take those steps, and without having the risk of them not reading it because they don't think that they're interested.
Okay.
All right. The other thing might actually be more effective in the cost of the service, like when you deal with insurance. You know, different insurance companies specialize in different types of drivers. You may find that the company that you sign up for specializes in low risk drivers, whereas other people specialize in high risk drivers, simply because their economies of scale, and one company is better at hiring lawyers and dealing with all the litigation. The other one is better at having excellent customer service and collecting paychecks or billing.
Yeah.
And that's a major niche, but you may find them more specific as you get into your business. I'm curious to find new niches in email, to find out whether there is someone out there who really uses their email in a different way, something that they don't think that my method would work. And I'd love to hear from you, because I hate spam and I hate spammers, and I'll put my own effort into trying to figure it out for you. So.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate your time, Tom. This has just been absolutely fantastic and educational. And if we want to reach you, then how do we go about reaching you, other than savemyemail.org and advertisingtom.com? How would we go about reaching you?
You know, there's a contact form on there, and that's fine. But for your subscribers only, I'm going to give you 2 email addresses. Okay?
Yeah.
One is, I'm going to be releasing a product at some point, which is going to be information about everything that I learned from the greatest salesperson of the modern age. And I'll let you figure that out on your own. But I have a book that is in its draft stage.
Okay.
On how to build the world's largest selling empire.
Okay.
That will survive indefinitely. That will survive forever.
When is this book being released?
I don't know yet, and that's where your listeners come in.
Okay.
If you send an email to Empire, that's E-M as in Mary, P as in Paul, I-R-E, at advertisingtom.com, I'll notify you once I have a working, a publishable draft, and I'll probably be looking for people to give testimonials or feedback or reviews, even criticism. So I don't know. I may be giving it out for free, or I might be charging a reduced rate for that. But I think that people who are on this call and are listening to this information already have something to offer, because you have a vested interest in it and you're willing to invest your time in it, and that's valuable to me. So I'll make that offer to you. And I really don't know when that information is going to come out. It really depends on my schedule, but I'd like to make that offer to your listeners.
Excellent.
So that's empire@advertisingtom.com. The other one, and this is my, for now, this is my personal email address. If you have something else that you would like to email me, you can use workaholic@advertisingtom.com.
Appropriate title.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And that's a little irony there, but
that's true.
It's more that I love what I do.
Yeah,
anyway.
That makes a difference.
Yeah.
Big difference. Well, that's super. I want to thank you again, Tom, for your time. You've been listening to Tom Olson from advertisingtom.com, as well as savemyemail.org, and myself, Terry Telford, from thebusinessprofessional.com. Thanks very much for your time.